The House will come to order.
The prayer will be offered by guest chaplain Reverend Jeremy Legansky from Immaculate Conception Church, Elmhurst, Illinois.
Let us pray. Good and gracious God, we praise you, we love you, and we thank you for this day. Draw near to these members of Congress. Remind them of their calling to serve the true common good. Help them to be instruments of unity, peace, and reconciliation in our country and throughout the world. Bless them, guide them, and fill them with an abundance of your grace. May they decide everything for the well-being of all, and may they never turn aside from your will. May all that they do begin from you and by you be brought to completion. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be offered today by the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Newhouse.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois rise?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 7 of Rule 20, I move a call of the House.
Under Clause 7B of Rule 20, the chair confers recognition for that purpose. Without objection, a call of the House is ordered. Members will record their presence by electronic device. Are all members recorded? On this roll call, 429 members have recorded their presence. The question now recurs on the election of Speaker. The tellers will please come forward to take their seats once again. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, I didn't even notice. All right. The nominations are now in order. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Stefanik.
Mr. Speaker Pro Temp, Madam Clerk, colleagues, on behalf of the House Republican Conference, I rise today to nominate the gentleman from Louisiana, Mike Johnson, as Speaker of the People's House. We convene this esteemed body today at a time of great crisis across America, a time of unprecedented challenges in this hallowed chamber, and a time when our most precious ally, Israel's very existence, is under attack from forces of evil. Yesterday, our dear colleague, our former conference chair, our chair of Energy and Commerce, Cathy McMorris Rodgers, nominated Mike Johnson in our conference. And she put it best, and I want to quote her today. She said, quote, "Trust has been broken and we have come to a standstill. How do we restore trust between members, leadership, and ultimately between Congress and we, the people?" Cathy went on to say, "There's a sense that it cannot be business as usual." She went on to note, above the Speaker's chair in the House chamber is our nation's motto, "In God we trust." Ms. McMorris Rodgers went on to say, "The times in which we are living demand boldness, unity, and transformational leadership that begins with trust in God and each other. Trust is when the magic happens." In the story of King David, we are reminded that man looks at the outward appearance, but the Lord looks at the heart, end quote. Today is the day that House Republicans will humbly look in our hearts and elect Mike Johnson as Speaker of the People's House. A man of deep faith, Mike epitomizes what it means to be a servant leader. A deeply respected constitutional lawyer, Mike has dedicated his life to preserving America's great principles of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Mike is a titan on the Judiciary Committee and a dedicated member of the House Armed Services Committee. And as vice chair of our conference, he has united all of our members to speak clearly and boldly on behalf of the American people. A friend to all and an enemy to none, Mike is strong, tough, and fair, and above all, Mike is kind. And at this very moment, this Republican conference knows that we live in perilous times and the American people are hurting. Families are struggling under the pain of inflation caused by reckless far-left spending, unable to afford groceries, heat, or gas. We have an inhumane open border with millions illegally smuggled and trafficked, and tens of thousands of children lost in the chasm of the incompetence and negligence of the Biden administration. Israel is under attack by Iranian-backed Hamas terrorists committing atrocities, with Israelis suffering the bloodiest days in modern memory. Crime is skyrocketing on our streets, while there are vicious calls from the left to defund our great men and women in blue. American energy production has been crushed by Joe Biden's radical, failed, far-left Democrat policies, causing seniors, farmers, and families to pay more at the pump. And Americans fundamentally understand that the federal government has been illegally weaponized against we, the people, shredding the Constitution, targeting conservatives, parents, yes, I'll say it again. The federal government has been illegally weaponized against we, the people, shredding the Constitution, targeting conservatives, parents, and even Joe Biden's top political opponent. The people are looking to this great chamber to save America, and save America we will. And as we embark on the path ahead, I am reminded of Galatians 6:9. And let us not grow weary of doing good, for in due season we will reap if we do not give up. House Republicans and Speaker Mike Johnson will never give up. Today is the day we get this done. May God bless our next Speaker, Mike Johnson. May God bless the United States of America. And I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker pro tempore. I notice a little bit more of a smile on your face today than we have in the past. Mr. Speaker, I rise today at the direction of the Democratic caucus to place into nomination for the position of Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries from New York. Mr. Speaker, you may agree with this, but we are back here 22 days into this Republican-manufactured chaos, and House Republicans have brought us to the exact same position that we were. All of the infighting, all of the disarray, just to end up where we were 3 weeks ago. These past few weeks, we have been left wondering if Republicans were truly intent on solving our issues, reopening the House of Representatives, and rallying around someone to lead this chamber. Or has this been about something else? Has this been about a focus of House Republicans to find the person who can pass their extreme litmus test to oppose marriage equality, enact a nationwide abortion ban without exceptions, gut Social Security and Medicare, and support overturning a free and fair election? It's a fair question. It's a fair question. No one. Nowhere in that candidate questionnaire is it about growing the middle class, helping our communities, keeping the cost of health care lower, and making life for everyday Americans better. The gentlewoman from New York said it right. This has been about one thing. This has been about who can appease Donald Trump. House Republicans have put their names behind someone who has been called the most important architect of the Electoral College objections. He's spearheaded, that's fair, we know how you feel. Yeah, you've made that clear. He's spearheaded the legal effort, joined by more than 100 of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, in support of a dangerous and baseless lawsuit to overturn the results of the 2020 election. On the eve of January 6th, some of my Republican colleagues even called this a failed strategy. Yet those same individuals plan to stand right next to him today. Mr. Speaker Pro Tem, House Democrats believe that when members of this body voted to reject the results of the 2020 election, they forfeited their ability to lead this chamber. On this side of the aisle, we know what leadership looks like. Hakeem Jeffries has never turned his back on the will of the American people. The son of two social workers, he's always stood by the side of working families. The most pressing needs of everyday Americans are his North Star. He believes that everyone in America should have the opportunity to get ahead and achieve their version of the American dream. He believes that access to affordable health care is a right, not a privilege. He believes that reproductive freedom must be guaranteed, not stripped away. He believes that working families, not the wealthy and the well-connected, should be rewarded. He believes in growing the middle class so that everyone can succeed. He believes that our schools and our communities should be safe and free from gun violence. He believes that investing in public schools, not depriving students of fact-based education by banning books. He believes in taking care of our seniors and our veterans, not slashing their benefits. He believes in living up to the promise that America is a beacon of hope and a land of opportunity. He believes in defending democracy against all enemies and adversaries, foreign and domestic. He believes in standing by our allies, Israel and Ukraine. and he believes in keeping our government running and open. Let me be clear. This is not just a belief system. Leader Jeffries has the track record to back it up. He is certainly a far contrast from who Republicans have nominated, with or without their votes, to nominate today. But if House Republicans choose, they can still join us on a bipartisan path forward. Let's come together to fund our government, support our allies abroad, and deliver for working families. End the chaos, end the dysfunction, end the extremism. Let's open up the people's house. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
The reading clerk will now call the roll.
Adams. Jeffries. Adderholt. Johnson. Aguilar. Jeffries. Alford.
Servant Leader, Honorable Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Allen.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Allred. Jeffries. Amadei.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Armstrong. Johnson. Arrington. Johnson. Auchincloss. Jeffries. Babin. Johnson. Bacon. Johnson. Baird. Johnson. Balderson. Johnson. Ballant. Jeffries. Banks. Johnson. Barr. Johnson. Berrigan. Jeffries. Bean of Florida. Johnson. Beatty. Jeffries. Bentz. Johnson. Barra. Jeffries. Bergman. Johnson. Beyer. Beyer. Bice. Johnson. Biggs. Johnson. Bilirakis.
Absolutely, Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Bishop of Georgia. Jeffries. Bishop of North Carolina. Johnson. Blumenauer. Jeffries. Blunt Rochester. Jeffries. Boebert. Johnson. Bonamici. Jeffries. Bost. Johnson. Bowman. Jeffries. Boyle of Pennsylvania. Boyle of Pennsylvania. Burkeen. Johnson. Brown. Jeffries. Brownlee. Jeffries. Buchanan.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Buck. Johnson. Bouchon. Johnson. Bazinski. Jeffries. Burchett. Johnson. Burgess. Johnson. Burleson. Johnson. Bush. Jeffries. Calvert. Johnson. Kamick. Johnson. Caraveo. Jeffries. Carbajal. Jeffries. Cardenas. Jeffries. Carey. Johnson. Carl. Johnson. Carson. Jeffries. Carter of Georgia. Johnson. Carter of Louisiana. Jeffries. Carter of Texas. Johnson. Cartwright. Jeffries. Kassar. Jeffries. Case. Jeffries. Caston. Jeffries. Castor of Florida. Jeffries. Castro of Texas. Jeffries. Chavez de Reamer. Johnson. Sherfilis McCormick. Jeffries. Chu. Jeffries. Siscomani. Johnson. Clark of Massachusetts. Jeffries. Clark of New York. Jeffries. Cleaver. Jeffries. Klein. Johnson. Cloud. Johnson. Clyburn. Jeffries. Clyde. Johnson. Cohen. Jeffries. Cole. Johnson. Collins. Johnson. Comer. Johnson. Connolly. Jeffries. Correa. Correa. Costa. Jeffries. Courtney. Jeffries. Craig.
Happy wedding anniversary to my wife, Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Crane. Johnson. Crawford. Johnson. Crenshaw. Johnson. Crockett. Jeffries. Crow. Jeffries. Cuellar. Jeffries. Curtis. Johnson. Davis of Kansas. Jeffries. Davidson. Johnson. Davis of Illinois. Jeffries. Davis of North Carolina. Jeffries. Dean of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. DeGette. Jeffries. Dela Cruz. Johnson. DeLauro. Jeffries. Del Bene. Jeffries. DeLuzio. Jeffries. DeSaulnier. Jeffries. Desjardins. Johnson. Diaz-Pizito. Johnson. Diaz-Balart. Johnson. Dingell. Jeffries. Doggett. Jeffries. Donalds. Johnson. Duarte. Johnson. Duncan. Johnson. Dunn of Florida. Johnson. Edwards. Johnson. Elsie. Johnson. Emmer. Johnson. Escobar. Jeffries. Eshoo. Jeffries. Espaillat. Jeffries. Estes. Johnson. Evans. Jeffries. Ezell. Johnson. Fallon. Johnson. Finstra. Johnson. Ferguson. Johnson. Finstad. Johnson. Fischbach. Johnson. Fitzgerald. Johnson. Fitzpatrick. Johnson. Fleischman. Johnson. Fletcher. Jeffries. Flood. Johnson. Foster. Jeffries. Fushi. Jeffries. Fox. Johnson. Lois Frankel. Jeffries. Scott Franklin. Johnson. Frost. Jeffries. Fry. Johnson. Fulcher. Johnson. Gates. Johnson. Gallagher. Johnson. Gallego. Gallego. Garamendi. Jeffries. Garbarino. Johnson. Mike Garcia. Johnson. Robert Garcia. Jeffries. Garcia of Illinois. Jeffries. Garcia of Texas. Jeffries. Jimenez. Johnson. Golden of Maine. Jeffries. Goldman of New York. Jeffries. Gomez. Jeffries. Tony Gonzalez. Johnson. Vicente Gonzalez. Vicente Gonzalez. Good of Virginia. Johnson. Gooden of Texas. Johnson. Gosar. Johnson. Gottheimer. Jeffries. Granger. Johnson. Graves of Louisiana. Johnson. Graves of Missouri. Johnson. Green of Tennessee. Johnson. Green of Texas. Jeffries. Green of Georgia. Johnson. Griffith. Johnson. Grijalva. Jeffries. Grothman. Johnson. Guest. Johnson. Guthrie. Johnson. Hageman. Johnson. Harder of California. Jeffries. Harris. Johnson. Harshbarger. Johnson. Hayes. Jeffries. Hearn. Johnson. Higgins of Louisiana. Johnson. Higgins of New York. Jeffries. Hill. Johnson. Himes. Jeffries. Henson. Johnson. Horsford. Jeffries. Houchin. Johnson. Houlihan. Jeffries. Hoyer. Jeffries. Hoyle of Oregon. Jeffries. Hudson. Johnson. Huffman. Jeffries. Huizinga. Johnson. Hunt. Johnson. Isa. Johnson. Ivy. Jeffries. Jackson of Illinois. Jeffries. Jackson of North Carolina. Jeffries. Jackson of Texas. Johnson. Jackson Lee.
The distinguished gentleman, Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Jacobs. Jeffries. James. Johnson. Jayapal. Jeffries. 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 Johnson of Georgia.
Standing for reproductive freedom for women, I cast my vote for Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Johnson of Louisiana. Johnson. Johnson of Ohio. Johnson. Johnson of South Dakota. Johnson. Jordan. Johnson. Joyce of Ohio. Joyce of Ohio. Johnson. Joyce of Pennsylvania. Johnson. Kemlager Dove. Jeffries. Captor. Jeffries. Kane of New Jersey. Johnson. Keating. Jeffries. Kelly of Illinois. Jeffries. Kelly of Mississippi. Johnson. Kelly of Pennsylvania. Johnson. Kana. Jeffries. Kiggins of Virginia. Johnson. Kildee. Jeffries. Kiley. Johnson. Kilmer. Jeffries. Kim of California. Johnson. Kim of New Jersey. Jeffries. Krishnamurthy. Jeffries. Custer. Jeffries. Kustoff. Johnson. LaHood. Johnson. LaLota. Johnson. LaMalfa. Johnson. Lamborn. Johnson. Landsman. Landsman. Jeffries. Langworthy. Johnson. Larson of Washington. Jeffries. Larson of Connecticut. Jeffries. Latta. Johnson. LaTurner. Johnson. Lawler. Johnson. Lee of California. Jeffries. Lee of Florida. Johnson. Lee of Nevada. Jeffries. Lee of Pennsylvania. Jeffries. Ledger Fernandez. Jeffries. Lesko. Johnson. Letlow. Johnson. Levin. Jeffries. Liu. Jeffries. Lofgren. Jeffries. Loudermilk.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Lucas. Johnson. Luke Kameyer. Johnson. Luna. Johnson. Luttrell. Johnson. Lynch. Jeffries. Mace. Johnson. Magaziner. Jeffries. Maliotakis. Johnson. Mann. Johnson. Manning. Jeffries. Massey. Johnson. Mast. Johnson. Matsui. Jeffries. McBath. Jeffries. McCarthy. Johnson. McCall. Johnson. McLean. Johnson. McClellan. Jeffries. McClintock. Johnson. McCullum. Jeffries. McCormick. Johnson. McGarvey. Jeffries. McGovern. Jeffries. McHenry. Johnson. Meeks. Jeffries. Menendez. Jeffries. Ming. Jeffries. Muser. Johnson. Mfume. Jeffries. Miller of Illinois. Johnson. Miller of Ohio. Johnson. Miller of West Virginia. Johnson. Miller Meeks. Johnson. Mills.
For the Republic, Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Molinaro.
Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Molinar. Johnson. Mooney. Johnson. Moore of Alabama. Johnson. Moore of Utah. Johnson. Moore of Wisconsin. Jeffries. Moran. Johnson. Morelli. Jeffries. Moskowitz. Jeffries. Moulton. Jeffries. Mervan. Jeffries. Mullen. Jeffries. Murphy. Johnson. Nadler. Jeffries. Napolitano. Jeffries. Neal. Jeffries. Neguse. Jeffries. Nels. Johnson. Newhouse. Johnson. Nickel. Jeffries. Norcross. Jeffries. Norman. Johnson. Nunn of Iowa.
Miracle Mike
Johnson. Obernolte. Johnson. Ocasio-Cortez. Jeffries. Ogles. Johnson. Omar. Jeffries. Owens. Johnson. Pallone. Jeffries. Palmer. Johnson. Panetta. Jeffries. Pappas. Jeffries. Pasquarell. Jeffries. Payne.
Gentleman from New York, Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Pelosi.
As one who knows and respects the role of Speaker, Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Peltola. Jeffries. Pence. Johnson. Perez. Jeffries. Perry. Johnson. Peters. Jeffries. Pedersen. Jeffries. Pfluger. Johnson. Phillips. Jeffries. Pingree. Jeffries. Pocan. Jeffries. Porter. Jeffries. Posey. Johnson. Presley. Jeffries. Quigley. Jeffries. Ramirez.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Raskin. Jeffries. Reschenthaler. Johnson. Rogers of Washington. Johnson. Rogers of Alabama. Johnson. Rogers of Kentucky. Johnson. Rose. Johnson. Rosendale. Johnson. Ross. Jeffries. Rouser. Johnson. Roy. Johnson. Ruiz. Jeffries. Rupersberger. Jeffries. Rutherford.
The very honorable Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Ryan. Jeffries. Salazar.
My brother in Christ.
Johnson. Salinas. Jeffries. Sanchez. Jeffries. Santos. Johnson. Sarbanes. Jeffries. Scalise.
Great state of Louisiana, Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Scanlon. Jeffries. Schakowsky. Jeffries. Schiff. Jeffries. Snyder. Jeffries. Skolton. Jeffries. Schreier. Jeffries. Swikert. Johnson. Austin Scott. Johnson. David Scott. Jeffries. Scott of Virginia. Jeffries. Self. Johnson. Sessions. Johnson. Sewell. Jeffries. Sherman. Jeffries. Sherrill. Jeffries. Simpson. Johnson. Slotkin. Jeffries. Smith of Missouri. Johnson. Smith of Nebraska. Johnson. Smith of New Jersey. Johnson. Smith of Washington. Jeffries. Smucker. Johnson. Sorensen. Jeffries. Soto. Jeffries. Spanberger. Jeffries. Sparts. Johnson. Stensbury. Jeffries. Stanton. Jeffries. Stauber. Johnson. Steele. Johnson. Stefanik. Johnson. Style. Johnson. Stubbe. Johnson. Stevens. Jeffries. Strickland.
For the protection of voting rights, Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Strong. Johnson. Swalwell. Jeffries. Sykes. Jeffries. Takano. Jeffries. Tenney.
The Honorable Mike Johnson of Louisiana.
Johnson. Tanadar. Jeffries. Thompson of California. Jeffries. Thompson of Mississippi. Jeffries. Thompson of Pennsylvania. Johnson. Tiffany. Johnson. Timmons. Johnson. Titus. Jeffries. Tlaib. Jeffries. Takuda. Jeffries. Tonko. Jeffries. Torres of California. Jeffries. Torres of New York. Jeffries. Trahan. Jeffries. Trone. Jeffries. Turner. Johnson. Underwood. Jeffries. Valadeo. Johnson. Van Drew.
We are back better than ever. Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Van Dyne. Johnson. Van Orden. Van Orden. Vargas. Jeffries. Vasquez. Jeffries. Vesey. Jeffries. Velasquez. Jeffries. Wagner. Johnson. Wahlberg. Johnson. Waltz. Johnson. Wasserman Schultz. Jeffries. Waters.
He supports freedom of choice. Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Watson Coleman.
As the only candidate who represents the integrity of this House,
Watson Coleman.
again, do I need to say Hakeem Jeffries again because I read?
Jeffries.
The House will come to order. The clerk, the staff, and the tellers deserve to have the attention of the House. The clerk will continue.
Weber of Texas. Johnson. Webster of Florida. Johnson. Winstrup. Johnson. Westerman. Johnson. Wexton. Jeffries. Wild. Jeffries. Williams of Georgia.
Fulton County, Georgia, votes for Hakeem Jeffries.
Jeffries. Williams of New York. Johnson. Williams of Texas. Johnson. Wilson of Florida. Wilson of Florida. Jeffries. Wilson of South Carolina. Johnson. Whitman. Johnson. Womack.
With the 217th pick in the race for Speaker, 3rd District of Arkansas, selects Mike Johnson.
Johnson. Yacom. Johnson. Zinke.
The next Speaker of the People's House, Mike Johnson.
Johnson.
The clerk will now call the names of the members who did not answer the first call of the roll.
Byer. Jeffries. Boyle of Pennsylvania. Boyle of Pennsylvania. Correa. Correa. Gallego. Jeffries. Vicente Gonzalez. Vicente Gonzalez. Van Orden. Van Orden.
If there are any members who did not answer the call of the roll, they may come to the well and vote at this time. In their tallies that the total number of votes cast is 429, of which the Honorable Mike Johnson of the state of Louisiana has received 220 votes. And the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries of the state of New York has received 209 votes. Therefore, the Honorable Mike Johnson of the state of Louisiana, having received a majority of the votes cast, is duly elected Speaker of the House of Representatives for the 118th Congress. The chair appoints the following committee to escort the speaker-elect to the chair. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise. The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer. The gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Stefanik. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Hudson. The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Mrs. McLean. The gentleman from California, Mr. McCarthy. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Donalds. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Bergman. The gentlewoman from Washington, Mrs. Rogers. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Fallon. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Molinaro. The gentlewoman from Florida, Mrs. Carmack. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries. The gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark. The gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar. The gentleman from California, Mr. Liu. The gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Delbene. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Clyburn. The gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse. the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Escobar, the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Underwood, the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Kildee, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Jacobs, the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Crockett, and the members of the Louisiana delegation, Mr. Graves, Mr. Higgins, Ms. Letlow, Mr. Carter. The committee will retire from the chamber to escort the Speaker-elect to the chair. The House will come to order. Sergeant of Arms.
Mr. Speaker, the Speaker-elect Mike Johnson from the state of Louisiana.
The House will come to order.
Speaker Mike Johnson, Speaker Emerita Nancy Pelosi, Whip Clark, Chairman Aguilar, all of my colleagues in government on both sides of the aisle. It's an honor and a privilege to once again stand before you as House Democratic leader. From the very beginning of this Congress, House Democrats have made clear that we will find bipartisan common ground with our Republican colleagues whenever and wherever possible, for the good of the American people. And House Democrats have repeatedly done just that. It was House Democrats who provided a majority of the votes necessary to avoid a catastrophic default on our debt that would have crashed the U.S. economy and triggered a job-killing recession. It was House Democrats who provided a majority of the votes necessary to avoid a government shutdown that would have hurt everyday American. It was House Democrats who provided a majority of the votes necessary to secure $16 billion in disaster assistance for Americans whose lives have been devastated by extreme weather events. From the very beginning of this Congress, House Democrats have been governing for the people. We continue to look forward to finding bipartisan common ground whenever and wherever possible. House Democrats will continue to partner with President Biden and Senate Democrats to put people over politics. House Democrats will continue to fight for lower costs, better paying jobs, safer communities, and to build an economy from the middle out and the bottom up and not the top down. House Democrats will continue to push back against extremism in this chamber and throughout the country. House Democrats will continue to protect Social Security, protect Medicare, protect Medicaid, protect our children, protect our climate, protect low-income families, protect working families, protect the middle class, protect organized labor, protect the LGBTQ community, protect our veterans, protect older Americans, protect the Affordable Care Act, protect the right to vote, protect the peaceful transfer of power, protect our democracy, and protect a woman's freedom to make her own reproductive health care decisions. These are blue lines in the sand, and we will work hard to make sure that they are never crossed. We must also continue to stand by President Biden as he works to bring American hostages and Israeli hostages held by Hamas back home. American hostages and Israeli hostages and international hostages back home. We must also stand by our friends on the international stage. And we have no better friend in the Middle East than the State of Israel. Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish and democratic state. The special relationship between the United States and Israel is unbreakable. Our commitment to Israel's security is ironclad, and Israel has a right to defend itself under the international rules of war against the brutal terror unleashed on its citizens by Hamas. Our ironclad commitment to Israel's security and the effort to defeat Hamas is not inconsistent with the goal of achieving a lasting and just peace between Israel and the Palestinian people. In many ways, it is a necessary ingredient because Hamas is not good for Israel. Hamas is not good for America. Hamas is not good for the free world. Hamas is not good for the democratic aspirations of the Palestinian people. We must also support Ukraine in its courageous effort to defeat Russian aggression. There are only two paths in front of us. We can either stand up for Ukraine or bow down to Vladimir Putin. That is not a difficult choice. We must stand up for America's national security. We must stand up for democracy. We must stand up for freedom. We must stand up for truth. We must stand up for the Ukrainian people until victory is won. It is my expectation that in the next week or so, the Senate will send over for consideration a bipartisan national security funding package for Israel, Ukraine, and our other allies throughout the free world. That also includes humanitarian assistance for Palestinian civilians and others who may be in harm's way. The House of Representatives should take up this national security package and humanitarian relief package immediately, in totality, and without delay. The time for gamesmanship is over. The time for brinksmanship is over. The time for partisanship is over. It's time to get back to doing the business of the American people. Let me conclude. Let me conclude with an observation about the state of our democracy. Joe Biden won the 2020 presidential election. He's doing a great job under difficult circumstances, and no amount of election denialism will ever change that reality. Not now, not ever. Throughout the years, presidents from Ronald Reagan to Barack Obama, Dwight Eisenhower to Lyndon Baines Johnson, have spoken to this chamber and urged us to put aside partisan politics for the good of the American people. President Lincoln spoke to this Congress on December 1st, 1862, in the middle of the Civil War, and noted that we in this institution had the power and bore the responsibility to save the Union. The stakes were high. As articulated by President Lincoln, we could either nobly save or meanly lose America as we know it, the last best hope on earth. This is a turbulent time in the American journey, and we have but one charge to keep during this moment of great fragility. Our union must be sustained. Our union must be strengthened. Our union must succeed. There are many throughout this country who are understandably alarmed at the turbulence of the moment, at the chaos, the dysfunction, and the extremism that has been unleashed in this chamber from the very beginning of this Congress. But this too shall pass. Our country has often confronted adversity, and the good news is we always find a way to make it to the other side. We faced adversity in the 1860s, in the middle of the Civil War, when the country was literally tearing itself apart. We faced adversity in October of 1929, when the stock market collapsed, plunging us into a Great Depression. We faced adversity in December of 1941, when a foreign power unexpectedly struck, plunging us into a world war with the evil empire of Nazi Germany. We faced adversity in the Deep South in the 1950s and 60s, when the country was struggling to reconcile the inherent contradictions between Jim Crow segregation and the glorious promises of the Constitution. We faced adversity on September 11th, 2001, when the towers and the Pentagon were unexpectedly struck, killing thousands of lives in an instant. We faced adversity right here in the House of Representatives when on January 6, 2021, a violent mob of insurrectionists, incited by some in this chamber, overran the House floor as part of an effort to halt the peaceful transfer of power. Every time we faced adversity, the good news here in America is that we always overcome. That is the power of American exceptionalism. That is why America is the land of the free and the home of the brave. That is why I remain optimistic about the future of this country. That is why America is the last best hope on earth. God bless you. God bless the House of Representatives. God bless the United States of America. It is now my solemn honor and responsibility to hand over the People's Gavel here in the United States House of Representatives to a family man, a hardworking man, a Baptist man, a Southern man, a son of a firefighter's household, the gentleman from the great state of Louisiana, and the 56th Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, the Honorable Mike Johnson.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. First, a few words of gratitude. I want to thank Leader Jeffries. I do look forward to working with you on behalf of the American people. I know we see things from very different points of view, but I know that in your heart you love and care about this country and you want to do what's right. And so we're going to find common ground there, all right? I want to express my great thanks for our Speaker Emeritus, Kevin McCarthy. Kevin has dedicated over 2 decades of his life to selfless public service, 16 of those years in this House. And you would be hard-pressed to find anybody who loves this institution more or has contributed more to it. He is the reason we're in this majority today. His impact can never be overstated, and I want to thank him for his leadership, his friendship, and the selfless sacrifice that you and Judy have made for so many years. You helped build it, Kevin, and we owe you a great debt of gratitude. I want to thank the dedicated and overworked staff of this beleaguered House. They accept praise so stoically. But Miss Susan Cole, our House reading clerk, and yes. Listen, all the clerks and all the staff, you know they're terribly overworked. This has been a grueling process, but they have served an integral role in keeping our republic, and we thank them for that service. I know we all do.
I want to thank my dedicated wife of almost 25 years, Kelly. She's not here. We couldn't get a flight in time. This happened sort of suddenly. But we're going to celebrate soon. She spent the last couple of weeks on her knees in prayer to the Lord, and she's a little worn out. We all are. I want to thank our children, Michael and Hannah and Abby and Jack and Will. All of our children sacrifice. All of them do, and we know that. And there's not a lot of perks to being a member of Congress's kid, right? And so I want to thank all of your families as well for what they endure and what they've had to endure for the last few weeks. We've been here a while. Yeah. I want to thank my faithful mother, Jeannie Johnson, who bore me at the age of 17, and my brothers Chris and Josh, and my sister Laura, and all their families, and all of our extended family. In Louisiana, family's a big deal, and we got a bunch of them. I especially want to thank all the extraordinary people of the great state of Louisiana. We have never had a Speaker of the House hail from our state, and so they've been lifting us up. I thank the people of Louisiana for the opportunity to serve you in Congress, and I'm humbled by your continuous support. We will make you proud. To my colleagues, I want to thank you all for the trust that you have instilled in me to lead us in this historic and unprecedented moment that we're in. The challenge before us is great, but the time for action is now, and I will not let you down. I want to say to the American people, on behalf of all of us here, we hear you. We know the challenges you're facing. We know that there's a lot going on in our country, domestically and abroad, and we are ready to get to work again to solve those problems, and we will. Our mission here is to serve you well, to restore the people's faith in this House, in this great and essential institution. My dad, it was mentioned, my dad was a firefighter. He was an assistant chief in the fire department in my hometown of Shreveport, Louisiana, a little town in northwest Louisiana. On September 17, 1984, when I was 12 years old, he was critically burned and permanently disabled in the line of duty. All I ever wanted to be when I grew up was the chief of the fire department in Shreveport. But after the explosion on that fateful day, he nearly died, and it was a long road back, and it changed all of our life trajectories. I'm the oldest of 4 kids. And my dad, he lived with pain all the rest of his life, for decades more. And I lost my dad to cancer 3 days before I got elected to Congress, 3 days. And he wanted to be there at my election night so badly. I'm the first college graduate in my family. This was a big deal to him. And so it was several weeks after that. It was early 2017. It was my freshman term, and it fell to me to be in the rostrum one night to serve here as Speaker Pro Tem. I thought that was a big deal until I figured out that's what you do for freshmen late at night. And I think if my memory serves, Miss Jackson Lee was winding down one of her long, eloquent speeches. And not that I was not enraptured by her speech, but I looked up at the top in the chamber there, and I saw the face of Moses staring down. And I just felt in that moment the weight of this place, right? The history that is revered here and the future that we are called to forge. And I really was just kind of almost overwhelmed with emotion. It occurred to me in that moment, it had been several weeks, and I had not had an opportunity yet to grieve my dad's passing, and I just had this sense that somehow he knew. And I had tears come to my eyes, and I was standing here, and I'm wiping them away, and then it suddenly occurs to me, the late-night C-SPAN viewers are going to think something's very wrong with the new young congressman from Louisiana. It wasn't Sheila's speech. I'm sorry. I just knew in that moment that my dad, my father, would be proud of me, and I felt that he was. And I think all of our parents are proud of what we're called to do here. I think all the American people at one time had great pride in this institution, but right now, that's in jeopardy. And we have a challenge before us right now to rebuild and restore that trust. This is a beautiful country. It's the beauty of America that allows a firefighter's kid like me to come here and serve in this sacred chamber where great men and women have served before all of us and strive together to build and then preserve what Lincoln did refer to as the last best hope of man on earth. We stand at a very dangerous time. I'm stating the obvious. We all know that. The world is in turmoil. But a strong America is good for the entire world. We are the beacon of freedom, and we must preserve this grand experiment in self-governance. It still is. We're only 247 years into this grand experiment. We don't know how long it will last, but we do know that the founders told us to take good care of it. I want to tell all my colleagues here what I told the Republicans in that room last night. I don't believe there are any coincidences in a matter like this. I believe that Scripture, the Bible, is very clear. That God is the one that raises up those in authority. He raised up each of you, all of us. And I believe that God has ordained and allowed each one of us to be brought here for this specific moment in this time. This is my belief. I believe that each one of us has a huge responsibility today to use the gifts that God has given us to serve the extraordinary people of this great country, and they deserve it, and to ensure that our republic remains standing as the great beacon of light and hope and freedom in a world that desperately needs it. It was in 1962 that our national motto, "In God We Trust," was adorned above this rostrum. And if you look at the little guide that they give tourists and constituents who come and visit the house, if you turn in there to about page 14 in the middle of that guide, it tells you the history of this. And it says very simply, these words were placed here above us. This motto was placed here as a rebuke of the Cold War era philosophy of the Soviet Union. That philosophy was Marxism and communism, which begins with the premise that there is no God. This is a critical distinction that is also articulated in our nation's birth certificate. We know the language well, the famous second paragraph that we used to have children memorize in school, and they don't do that so often anymore, but they should. G.K. Chesterton was the famous British philosopher and statesman, and he said one time, "America is the only nation in the world that is founded upon a creed." And he said it's listed with almost theological lucidity in the Declaration of Independence. What is our creed? We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, not born equal, created equal. And they are endowed by the same inalienable rights, with the same inalienable rights: life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. That is the creed that has animated our nation since its founding, that has made us the great nation that we are. And we're in a time of extraordinary crisis right now. And the world needs us to be strong. They need us to remember our creed and our admonition. Turmoil and violence have rocked the Middle East and Eastern Europe. We all know it. And tensions continue to build in the Indo-Pacific. The country demands strong leadership of this body, and we must not waver. Our nation's greatest ally in the Middle East is under attack. The first bill that I'm going to bring to this floor in just a little while will be in support of our dear friend Israel, and we're overdue in getting that done. We're going to show not only Israel, but the entire world that the barbarism of Hamas that we have all seen play out on our television screens is wretched and wrong, and we are going to stand for the good in that conflict. We have a catastrophe at our southern border. The Senate and the White House can no longer ignore the problem. From Texas to New York, wave after wave of illegal migrants are stressing our communities to their breaking points. We know that our streets are being flooded with fentanyl, and all of our communities, children, and even adults are dying from it. The status quo is unacceptable. Inaction is unacceptable, and we must come together and address the broken border. We have to do it. The skyrocketing cost of living is unsustainable, and Americans should not have to worry about how they're going to feed their family every week because they can't afford their groceries anymore. Everybody in this room should think about this. Here's the stats. Prices have increased over 17% in the last 2 years. Credit card interest rates are at the highest level in nearly 3 decades, and mortgage rates are now at a peak we haven't seen since 2001. We have to bring relief to the American people by reining in federal spending and bringing down inflation. The greatest threat to our national security is our nation's debt. And while we've been sitting in this room, that's right, the debt has crossed almost $33.6 trillion. In the time that it's going to take me to deliver this speech, we'll go up another $20 million in debt. It's unsustainable. We have to get the country back on track. Now, we know this is not going to be an easy task, and tough decisions will have to be made. But the consequences, if we don't act now, are unbearable. We have a duty to the American people to explain this to them so they understand it well. And we are going to establish a bipartisan debt commission to begin working on this crisis immediately. We all know that we also live in a time of bitter partisanship. It was noted. And it's been on display here today, right? When our people are losing their faith in government, when they're losing sight of the principles that made us the greatest nation in the history of the world, I think we got to be mindful of that. We're going to fight. We're going to fight vigorously over our core principles because they're at odds a lot of times now in this modern era. We have to sacrifice sometimes our preferences because that's what's necessary in a legislative body. But we will defend our core principles to the end. In his farewell address, thank you. In his farewell address, President Reagan explained the secret of his rapport with people. And I like to paraphrase his explanation all the time. He said, you know, they call me the great communicator, but I really wasn't that. He said, I was just communicating great things. And they're the same great things that have guided our nation since its founding. What are those great things? I call them the 7 core principles of American conservatism, but let me concede to you all, I think it's really quintessentially the core principles of our nation. I boil them down to individual freedom, limited government, the rule of law, peace through strength, fiscal responsibility, free markets, and human dignity. Those are the foundations that made us the extraordinary nation that we are. And you and I today are the stewards of those principles. The things that have made us the freest, most powerful, most successful nation in the history of the world. The things that have made us truly exceptional. In this time of great crisis, it is our duty to work together, as previous generations of great leaders have, to face these great challenges and solve these great problems. I will conclude with this. The job of the Speaker of the House is to serve the whole body, and I will. But I've made a commitment to my colleagues here that this Speaker's office is going to be known for decentralizing the power here. My office is going to be known for members being more involved and having more influence in our processes and all the major decisions that are made here, for predictable processes and regular order. We owe that to the people. That's right. And I want to make this commitment to you, to my colleagues here and on the other side of the aisle as well. My office is going to be known for trust and transparency and accountability, for good stewardship of the people's treasure, for the honesty and integrity that is incumbent upon us, all of us, here in the people's house. Our system of government is not a perfect system. It's got a lot of challenges, but it is still the best one in the world, and we have an opportunity to preserve it. Last thing I'm going to say is a message to the rest of the world. They have been watching this drama play out for a few weeks. We've learned a lot of lessons, but you know what? Through adversity, it makes you stronger. And we want our allies around the world to know that this body of lawmakers is reporting again to our duty stations Let the enemies of freedom around the world hear us loud and clear. The People's House is back in business. Thank you. Thank you. We will do our duty here. We will serve you well. We will govern well, and we'll make you proud in this institution again. We're going to fight every day to make sure that is true. I look forward to the days ahead. I genuinely believe in my heart that the best days of America are still ahead of us. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you. Thank you. I'm now ready to take the oath of office, and I ask the Dean of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Harold Rogers of Kentucky, to please administer the oath of office.
Mr. Speaker Designee, congratulations on your election.
Thank you, sir.
When our founding fathers chose a bold, new, and innovative new self-rule government, it was met by deep skepticism by the world's monarchs. They said self-rule is only a dream. Our founders said they're right. It's the American dream.
Amen.
Now it's our dream. We're in charge. The speakership of the United States House of Representatives is the crucial outpost for the well-being of the people's government, the keeper, if you will, of the dream. Sir, if you wish to assume this awesome responsibility, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which you are about to enter. So help you God?
I do, so help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. You get the next. Would y'all like to get right into governing? For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, that is a nice ring to it, by the way. Mr. Speaker, I offer a privilege resolution to notify the Senate of the election of Mike Johnson as Speaker of the House of Representatives and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 810. Resolved that a message be sent to the Senate to inform that body that Mike Johnson, a representative from the state of Louisiana, has been elected Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to, and the motion to consider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, to notify President Biden of the election of Mike Johnson as Speaker of the House, I offer a privilege resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 811. Resolved that the clerk be instructed to inform the President of the United States that the House of Representatives has elected Mike Johnson, a representative from the state of Louisiana, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Without objection, the resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Thank you. All right. The chair would take this occasion to note that the Speaker's announced policies with respect to particular aspects of the legislative process placed in the record on January 9, 2023 will continue in effect for the remainder of the 118th Congress. The chair announces that the Speaker has delivered to the clerk a letter dated October 25, 2023, listing members in the order in which each shall act as Speaker pro tempore under Clause 8B3 of Rule 1. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives. I hereby designate Representative Steve Scalise to exercise any authority regarding assembly, reassembly, convening, or reconvening of the House pursuant to House Concurrent Resolution 1, Clause 12 of Rule 1, and any concurrent resolution of the concurrent Congress as may contemplate my designation of members to exercise similar authority. In the event of the death or inability of that designee, the alternate members of the House listed in the letter bearing this date that I have placed with the clerk are designated in turn for the same purpose. Signed sincerely, Mike Johnson, Speaker.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable Kevin F. McCumber, Clerk of the House, Washington, D.C. Mr. Clerk, I hereby appoint the Honorable Patrick McHenry, the Honorable Adrian Smith, the Honorable Andy Harris, the Honorable Guy Reschenthaler, the Honorable Rob Whitman, the Honorable Ben Klein, the Honorable Richard Hudson, and the Honorable John Joyce to act as Speaker pro tempore to sign and roll bills and joint resolutions through the remainder of the 118th Congress. Signed sincerely, Mike Johnson, Speaker.
Without objection, the appointments are approved, and the House will be in recess subject to a call of chair pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1. We'll be back soon. Nothing. Yep. There we go. The House come to order. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to sound that.
Yes.
I move that the House suspend the rules and pass House Resolution 771 in support of the State of Israel.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 771. Resolution standing with Israel as it defends itself against the barbaric war launched by Hamas and other terrorists.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to extend debate for each side by 10 minutes, and I also ask UC that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to exclude extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, on Saturday, October 7th, Israelis awoke to rockets raining down on them from Gaza, and gunmen broke down their doors and invaded their homes. Hamas terrorists killed babies and toddlers. They killed elderly grandmothers and grandfathers. They killed moms and dads. They killed teenage kids in their homes. No one was spared from their brutality. Following World War II, my father's war, I never believed the world would bear witness to the slaughter of the Jewish people like we have seen at the bloody hands of Hamas. October 7th was the deadliest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust. Additionally, Hamas is holding 220 hostages, including Americans. This is a flyer, mother and son taken hostage by Hamas. Hashtag bring them home now. They're using them as human shields and threatening to execute them. They must all be released unconditionally now. This is one of the darkest moments in the history of the State of Israel. I was in one of the kibbutzes right on the border of Gaza last year, meeting with members of the community. I saw their daycare center. That very same kibbutz was overrun by 70 Hamas terrorists. Many of the residents I met were slaughtered. Most viciously, the babies and the children I visited in the daycare center were slaughtered, shot to death, beheaded, and burned alive. When the press says it didn't happen, they're just wrong. It did. Because I've seen the pictures of the burned babies and the decapitated children and the blood that you see here in the babies' cribs, for God's sakes. What is going on in this world today? In one of the most horrific stories to emerge, a pregnant woman who had her baby cut out in front of her very eyes as they murdered her baby before her and before they shot her in the head. Simply put, Mr. Speaker, they are monsters. At a music festival to celebrate peace, chaos, gunfire, and explosions ripped through the air, piercing hundreds of bodies with bullets and shrapnel. And while the attendees attempted to flee the area, gunmen surrounded them from every direction. In total, 260 attendees assembled in peace to enjoy music were massacred. Among other atrocities we have heard reported include children with their hands bound, shot in the back of the head execution style. Women who were raped and slaughtered, one of whom was dragged through the streets of Gaza. Families, including babies and young children, were burned alive in their homes in front of their parents. The beheading of Israeli soldiers and parents gunned down as they shielded their children before the onslaught of gunfire. This is sheer terror. It's evil, and it cannot stand in this world. We are witnessing in real time Hamas carrying out their covenant that outlines their goal of eradicating Israel through jihad. In fact, their covenant states, quote, Israel will exist and will continue to exist until Islam will obliterate it, just as it obliterated others before it. As they specifically discuss jihad, noting, quote, the day the enemies usurp part of Muslim land, jihad becomes the individual duty of every Muslim in the face of the Jews' usurpation. It is compulsory that the banner of jihad be raised. And Mr. Speaker, it was indeed raised on October 7th. To be completely clear, despite repeated efforts by Israel to secure peace, the Hamas covenant states, quote, peace initiatives and so-called peaceful solutions and international conferences are in contradiction to the principles of the Islamic resistant movement. There is no solution by the Palestinian problem except by jihad. This declaration calling on the annihilation of the Jewish state must be confronted with zero equivocation. And that is why I worked with my good friend, Ranking Member Meeks, to introduce this bipartisan resolution. It condemns in the strongest possible terms the atrocities of Hamas and reiterates Israel's right to defend herself, along with America's unwavering support for the state of Israel. All roads lead to Iran. Their fingerprints are all over this attack. They have consistently funded Hamas and other Palestinian groups to the tune of $100 million per year. This resolution condemns Hamas and Iran for its support of terrorist groups, such as Hamas and the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, while also calling for all sanctions on Iran to be fully enforced. So I urge my colleagues to support this important resolution. It will send a clear message across the world that terrorists and their sponsors will be held to account for their atrocities, their crimes against humanity, their crimes of genocide. On December 7th, 1941, in response to the bombing of Pearl Harbor, President Roosevelt said, "It was a date which will live in infamy." So too will October the 7th, 2023. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I urge support and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise in support of this extraordinarily important resolution written with my friend and colleague, Chairman McCall. 18 days ago, the state of Israel suffered the greatest mass murder perpetuated against the Jewish people since the Holocaust, when Hamas terrorists invaded Israel by land, by sea, and by air. Behaving just like ISIS, Hamas terrorists murdered and beheaded soldiers and civilians alike. Babies were shot and burned in their cribs and reduced to smoldering piles of ash. Babies. Children were murdered. Teenagers were murdered. Men and women were murdered. Elderly people, including Holocaust survivors, murdered. Hamas has also taken 200 of those who survived into Gaza as hostages, including unaccompanied children, Holocaust survivors, and many American citizens. Mr. Speaker, Hamas's attack was truly unprecedented. And when you consider the size of Israel's population, Proportionally, it would be like 30,000 people dying in New York on 9/11. Just let that sink in a little. We must all acknowledge that Hamas is a cutthroat terrorist organization that exists solely to destroy Israel. And Hamas's terrorism does not help the Palestinians. And in this moment, it is critical for Israel to know that the United States of America stands firmly by its side in this battle against Hamas. Mr. Speaker, what I'm about to say next is also very important. There are innocent Palestinians in both Gaza and the West Bank that seek normal and free lives and want nothing to do with Hamas or other terrorist organizations. So we cannot lose sight of this. We must keep them, many of whom are also children, and their safety and their well-being in mind. And in the immediate term, we must find a way to ensure the safety of those innocents who are in Gaza's war zone. And I support the Biden administration's efforts toward that goal. The United Nations estimates that thousands of Palestinians have been killed since the terrorist attack on October the 7th. And we don't know for certain how many of those killed were civilians. But here's what we do know. We know that Hamas terrorists use Palestinians as human shields. And we know that every single one of them would be alive today if Hamas had not launched its terrorist attack. So we must be aware and do all that we can to stop this war from expanding beyond its current scope. The administration and our allies are working around the clock to send messages and warnings to Iran and Hezbollah to stay out. President Biden underscored this message during his recent travel to Israel. Do not test America's will. This Congress will have Israel's back as it degrades and eliminates Hamas terrorist infrastructure. We know that it won't take a day. It will be difficult. For too long, too many have been willing to contribute to the delegitimization of the state of Israel. It is deeply concerning that even global leaders are already whitewashing one of the worst terrorist attacks in history, while Hamas and its allies blanket cyberspace and with misinformation about this war. Just yesterday, Turkish President Erdogan said that Hamas is not a terrorist organization. It is a group of Mujahideen defending their lands. This from the mouth of a NATO ally who has his own concerns about terrorists as an existential threat to his country. President Erdogan's rhetoric is dead wrong. It is ranked with hypocrisy, and its timing is extraordinarily dangerous. Mr. Speaker, the resolution before us is a bright spot of bipartisanship today during a very difficult time in American politics. 425 members of this House of Representatives have co-sponsored this resolution. And so there's no question in my mind that it will pass overwhelmingly, Democrats and Republicans alike. And most importantly, the American people believe in the Jewish state and believe in its survival. In the days, weeks, and months ahead, I know the United States will continue to stand steadfastly with Israel to assure its defense and its long-term security. We will also, as President Biden has outlined, remain committed to ensuring that civilians in Gaza have access to safe areas and continue to have access to food, water, medical care, and other assistance without diversions by Hamas. We must also stay keenly focused on working to get United States citizens and their immediate family members to exit Gaza safely. I want to conclude, Mr. Speaker, by raising an issue that the United States and Israel must address. What does a successful ground operation in Gaza look like? And how do we achieve the goal of leaving Gaza to a responsible Palestinian government if Israel's effort to remove Hamas is successful? One thing is for certain: the path to peace will require more Arab states to recognize that Israel has the right to exist. And that will hold firm and will make sure that we could have thereby a two-state solution. But if you say Israel does not have the right to exist, you're saying that you do not want peace. So I urge our Arab friends to join the Abraham Accords and acknowledge Israel's right to exist, because that's the pathway to peace in the Middle East. And to the people of Israel, I hope you learn of the passage of this resolution today and know that the United States Congress and the American people have your back. We mourn beside you and are working to provide the resources your government needs to defend you. We have deployed powerful military resources to the region to demonstrate just that support. We are working all of our diplomatic channels to assure your success. And we are in this together. We will not waver. We will not quit. We will stand with our ally, Israel. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Smith, the chairman of the Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on Global Health, Human Rights, and International Organizations.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you to the distinguished chairman and to the ranking member for this extraordinarily important resolution. Mr. Speaker, our great friend and ally Israel, with significant assistance from the United States, continues to respond to the cowardly Hamas invasion that includes Hamas's psychotic terrorists butchering innocent civilians, rape, hostage-taking, the beheading of babies, and daily indiscriminate missile attacks that are reminiscent of Nazi buzz bombs and V-2 rockets. Israel Prime Minister Netanyahu has said in the past that he would never allow a second Holocaust, nor should we. Anti-Semitism is at the root of Hamas's violence against Israel and every Jewish man, woman, and child. Israel's right to defend itself from this brutal invasion is absolute. Hamas's 1988 charter explicitly demands the absolute destruction of the state of Israel and proclaims, quote, Israel will exist and will continue to exist until Islam will obliterate it, close quote. Article 7 of the Hamas charter demands the slaughter of all Jews and says, the Jews will hide behind rocks and trees, and the rocks and trees will cry out, there is a Jew hiding behind me, come and kill him, close quote. Article 13 explicitly rejects initiatives for peace and reconciliation and states, quote, initiatives and so-called peaceful solutions and international conferences are contradictions to the principle of Islamic resistance movement. In its 2017 charter, Hamas reiterated its goal of wiping Israel off the face of the earth and said, and I quote, there is no alternative to a fully sovereign Palestinian state on the entire national Palestinian soil with Jerusalem as its capital. Like the Nazis before them, Hamas and its chief terrorism sponsor, Iran, are committing genocide against the Jews. The United States and all people committed to human rights and the rule of law must stand with Israel. That means our support
Gentleman's time has
and
expired.
prayers and the weapon systems to defeat
Gentleman's time has
Hamas.
expired. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
And Mr. Speaker, at this time, I'm proud to yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from North Carolina and a member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, the Honorable Representative Kathy Manning.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Ranking Member Meeks. 18 days ago, more than 1,000 Hamas terrorists invaded our democratic ally, Israel, and in the most gruesome, savage, and unimaginably barbaric manner attacked 22 Israeli towns, going house to house, slaughtering families, raping girls, beheading babies, setting fire to homes where children were hiding in safe rooms, burning them alive, and taking more than 200 people of 40 different nationalities hostage, taking infants and the elderly hostage. They massacred more than 260 young people attending an outdoor peace concert. They perpetrated the worst attack on the Jewish people since the Holocaust, slaughtering more than 1,400 people, including 39 Americans. And in committing these horrific crimes against humanity, they have brought disaster to the very people they govern, the Palestinian people. They hide their fighters among civilians. They place rocket launchers and weapons in schools and hospitals, in mosques and residential buildings, compounding their acts of evil. I was so proud that President Biden immediately expressed the full support of the United States for the state of Israel, and he traveled to Israel in a time of war to embrace the Israeli people, to show with his presence that the Jewish state has not only a right but a duty to defend itself against Hamas, a terrorist group that has in its charter as its foundational purpose to murder Jews and destroy the state of Israel. And make no mistake, when they shout from the river to the sea, they are calling for the total destruction of the state of Israel and ridding the Middle East of all Jews. Well, not on our watch. The United States will stand side by side with our democratic ally Israel. I urge my colleagues to join me in voting in support of this resolution.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Missouri, the Vice Chair of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, Ms. Wagner.
The gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the chairman. And, Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of HRES 771. Today, the House has an opportunity to demonstrate moral clarity and moral courage. These past few weeks have exposed a level of anti-Semitism in this nation that is frightening. Whether it is school children chanting for the genocide of Israelis by calling for removal from the river to the sea, or radicalized college students projecting anti-Semitic slogans on the side of school property, it is clear young Americans are being indoctrinated against Israel. These actions must be condemned. Hamas is a terror organization that slaughtered innocent women and children. Hamas is a terror organization that manipulated Western media into doing their bidding by spreading lies about attacks Israel did not commit. Hamas is a terror organization that steals foreign aid, using it to construct rockets and attack Israel. These are not my opinions, Mr. Speaker. They are facts. And yet too many refuse to call Hamas out for what it is: evil incarnate, focused solely on the destruction of the Jewish people. Mr. Speaker, the United States government must be united in support of Israel and against Hamas and anti-Semitism. There should be no equivocation from the White House when asked whether the rise of anti-Semitism is wrong. There should be no equivocation from the member of Congress about whether to stand with Israel or with terrorist groups like Hamas. Today, this body is speaking loudly to the international community that Israel must have the resources to defend itself from genocidal terrorists. With one voice, let us support HRES 771 and stand with Israel. And if, Mr. Speaker, you cannot bring yourself to support this resolution today, I would encourage any such member to do the right thing and resign from this body. And I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to yield 1 minute to the former majority leader of this distinguished body, the gentleman from Maryland, the Honorable Steny Hoyer.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. For millennia, the Jews of the world have been subject all over the world to prejudice, hate, and violence. Mr. Speaker, I have visited Kfar Aza, kibbutz, over 4 times in the last 25 years. It was a place of community, and on October 7th, Hamas turned it into a place of slaughter. This brutal terrorist organization will pursue its genocidal, anti-Semitic mission to fight and kill Jews. That's their purpose. The Jewish state of Israel will cease to exist if their objectives are achieved. Hamas will not yield, and neither can we. As the resolution makes clear, we will stand by our ally Israel. Have their back, Mr. Chairman. Dozens of American civilians have been killed, wounded, and held captive in this war. We've also seen the scourge of anti-Semitism here in America. 30 more seconds?
Gentleman has yielded 30 seconds.
We must follow this resolution with action, and we must all vote for this resolution and speak with one voice. Action that shows the world that America will defend its allies in Israel, in Ukraine, and around the world. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson, the chairman of the Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on the Middle East.
Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am grateful to support this bipartisan resolution which has been offered by our chairman, Mike McCall, and our ranking member, Greg Meeks. I was born with an appreciation of the people of Jewish faith. My birthplace of Charleston, South Carolina, was at the time of the American Revolution, had the largest Jewish population in the New World who had come here to escape oppression, to achieve freedom, which they achieved in America. I was grateful today to be the chairman of the Middle East Subcommittee and co-chairman of the Israel Caucus. Just 7 weeks ago today, I met with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who is so courageous and is serving there in Jerusalem. I pledged then my support of Israel to defend itself from a nuclear Iran, which also includes, of course, support of Israel from the barbarian invasion of Hamas, the puppets of Iran, who have conducted murder, killing hundreds of persons, 1,200 at least, and even possibly more, that indeed are puppets of Iran to kill people in Israel. Sadly, we're in a conflict we did not choose of dictators of rule of gun invading democracies with rule of law. On October 7th, which is the Israeli equivalent of 9/11 in Pearl Harbor, I was grateful to be attending the NATO Parliamentary Assembly in Copenhagen, Denmark, where with Finland and Sweden, Western civilization has never been more united to defend Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan. America's resolve for Israel I saw firsthand on May 14, 2018, leading a House delegation to fulfill President Donald Trump's opening of the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem with the extraordinary Ambassador David Friedman. I urge all my colleagues of both parties to support the resolution. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I now proudly yield 2 minutes to a member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, the gentleman from California, Representative Brad Sherman.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Of the importance of this resolution. The scenes from Gaza are horrendous, and some cry out for a ceasefire, but Hamas cannot follow a ceasefire. They exist, and it is in their charter. Kill every Jew in the Middle East. If they ever agreed to a ceasefire, they'd fall apart. They had a ceasefire on October 6th, which is why they killed 1,400 civilians on October 7th. We can get a ceasefire when Hamas agrees to disarm and release the hostages. And the loud voices demanding a ceasefire should be shouting at Hamas, demanding those two actions. We hear quotes from the Gaza Ministry of Health. The Gaza Ministry of Health counts as in their death counts, the terrorists who are killed and mixes them with the civilians. And the Gaza Ministry of Health is under the control of Hamas. Hamas brutally murders Palestinians who dare to dissent. It forces innocent Palestinians to act as human shields. It steals aid meant for civilians. 30% of the time when it shoots a rocket in an effort to kill an Israeli civilian, the rocket never leaves Gaza. It falls down to earth where it may kill Palestinians, including those who died at that hospital in Gaza. And Israel is characterized as somehow a European colony. Keep in mind, the majority of Israeli Jews are there from Arab states and Iran, from which they have been expelled or persecuted. There has been, this is a Middle Eastern country of Middle Eastern descent from people who 2,000 years ago lived there, but also lived there right until the Arab states expelled them or persecuted them. I look forward to a time when we can have a two-state solution. That begins with the destruction of Hamas.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlelady from California, Ms. Kim, the chair of the Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on the Indo-Pacific.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman, for yielding. And Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of this resolution to demonstrate that this House stands united with Israel as it defends itself against the barbaric war launched by Hamas and other terrorists. On October 7, we watched in horror as hundreds of terrorists poured across the Israel-Gaza border and massacred, kidnapped, and raped Israelis. It's abhorrent. This is at the hands of Hamas and Hezbollah terrorist groups backed and funded by the Iran regime. They want to wipe Israel off the map. Thousands of rockets have fallen on Israel and continue falling as we speak. This has been the worst attack on Jews since the Holocaust. I visited Israel last year, and I felt the constant threat of attack that the people of Israel face. And it reminded me of my time growing up in South Korea as a young girl after the Korean War. And I felt that constant threat coming from North Korea. So this is really personal to me. Hamas now holds around 200 hostages from Israel, the U.S., and other countries around the world. Israel has a right to defend itself against terrorist aggression, bring its hostages home, and its right to exist. I thank Chairman McCall and Ranking Member Meeks for leading this resolution, and I urge my colleagues to support it. I yield the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields the balance of his time. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now proudly yield 2 minutes to a strong member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, the gentleman from Illinois, Representative Brad Snyder.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman McCall, Ranking Member Meeks, thank you for leading on this resolution. Hamas is a terrorist organization backed by Iran, driven by hate, committed to genocide. Since its founding, Hamas has been dedicated to the destruction of Israel and the murder of Jews. All who cherish life, value democracy, and seek justice must resolutely condemn Hamas, condemn its heinous attack on October 7th, and condemn its war with Israel. And Israel has the right, Israel has the responsibility to defend itself against Hamas, to protect its citizens, to secure its borders, and to rescue its hostages, no matter how long it takes. Peace will only come after Hamas releases the hostages. Hamas ceases launching rockets at Israeli neighborhoods, from Palestinian neighborhoods, schools, and hospitals. And Hamas no longer governs Gaza or threatens Israel. Until then, Palestinians and Israelis cannot know peace. 3 points. Hamas is a murderous organization, and its aspirations are no different than Al-Qaeda or ISIS. 22 years ago, the United States went to war halfway across the world. Today,
Hamas is not halfway across the world, but is entrenched on Israel's border. Israel must be able to defend itself. Point number 2, defend itself and protect its citizens. And point number 3, the United States Congress, and the American people stand with Israel. Our relationship is unbreakable. Our commitment to Israel's security, to a Jewish, democratic state, is ironclad. Israel has no better friend than the United States, and the United States has no better friend than Israel. And to those who cheer Hamas, who turn a blind eye to murder, rape, torture, and kidnapping, you cast your lot with the barbarians and share in their shame. I yield my colleagues to support this resolution. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, many in this body continue to say that no words can describe the horror that the Israeli people are facing. That's not true. There are words to describe it, and they have to be said. And some of those words are simply the facts, the real information that we're not seeing. One of them is that we are constantly hearing from pro-Palestinian groups that, in fact, you have a right to resist occupation. I have been in this body since 2001. I was in Israel under Ariel Sharon when he withdrew every single settler and every soldier from Gaza. Gaza has not been under occupation, just the opposite. When they didn't like the control they had after an election, Hamas seized by violence the control of Gaza, killing their fellow Palestinians. And since that time, they have been a war-making machine that has, in fact, been financed by Iran, equipped by Iran, and today it is Iran that owes an apology to the world, and the Palestinian people need to discount forever their association. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
And I'll probably yield 2 minutes to another strong member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, the gentleman from California, Representative Jim Costa.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman from New York. I thank the chair and the ranking member for putting together this very strong resolution, H.R. 771. The United States unequivocally stands with the state of Israel and its people. The world is watching our actions today and tomorrow, and will determine by our actions the future of democracies around the world. So therefore, we must be unified and bipartisan. Terrorism is never, ever justified. Israel has the right to exist and defend itself against Hamas, a terrorist group whose only purpose is to destroy the state of Israel and its people. Congress, therefore, and the President must together pass a strong bipartisan package to support our ally Israel. We must send a strong message to Iran, Syria, Hezbollah, not to escalate this situation. In the President's word, don't think about it. America defends its allies, Israel and Ukraine and other freedom-loving democracies around the world. We stand by our word. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Louisiana, the Majority Leader, Mr. Scalise.
Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank Chairman McCall and Ranking Member Meeks for coming together on this critical, important piece of legislation, this first piece of legislation under Speaker Mike Johnson to stand with our friend Israel as they're under attack from Hamas and other terrorist organizations. Let's not forget what has happened, because there are reports that Iran and other terrorist organizations worked with Hamas for not only months, but possibly up to in over a year, planning these vicious attacks that now result in war and death of so many people, not just Israelis, Americans, hostages, so many injured, thousands more. This is horrific. This is an opportunity for people all around the world to stand with Israel's right to defend themselves. But as we look at the casualties, as we look at the devastation, the barbaric nature of the attacks coming from Hamas in Gaza, we must recognize that the funding that goes to these terrorist organizations can be stopped with stronger action from this Congress. And I know we're going to be coming together again to address some of those issues. We need to stand up against Iran's ability to sell oil on the world markets because they use those billions of dollars in funds to also augment and fund terrorism to groups like Hamas. Everybody knows it happens. It's been going on for years and years, and it must stop. We must stand up against it. We must also freeze the $6 billion that still hasn't been transferred, but that was negotiated as part of a settlement that even Iran has admitted can be used for whatever purpose they want, including funding terrorism. We can't stand by and let that happen either. And as we're taking strong action to stand with Israel, our friend in the Middle East, we must also stand up to the anti-Semitism we see here in our country that pops its ugly head during ugly times like this. So I applaud my colleagues. Again, 425 co-sponsors on this piece of legislation shows that even in a divided Congress, we can come together when it's time to support our strongest ally in the region when they are under attack. We strongly stand with Israel. Let's pass this legislation overwhelmingly. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to yield 2 minutes to the former chair of the House Appropriations Committee and the current ranking member of the House Appropriations Committee, the gentlelady from Connecticut, Representative Rosa DeLauro.
Gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized for 2 minutes.
I am devastated by Hamas's brutal attacks on innocent civilians in Israel, which include taking children, women, and elderly people hostage. I strongly stand by our ally Israel and unequivocally support its right to defend itself. This vicious assault was enabled by Iran, which has publicly praised the attacks. And now more than ever, it is vital that the United States does not walk away from its global commitment to defend democracy. This war is against Hamas. It is not the Palestinian people. And Palestinians have also lost communities and even loved ones because of Hamas's atrocities. Israel has to end Hamas's role in Gaza. And while we work together to minimize harm to civilian populations, but Hamas's presence is an assault on humanity. And I want to work with the unity government in Israel to create the conditions for peace again. As ranking member of the House Appropriations Committee, I am intent on ensuring that we do everything that we can to provide the humanitarian, military assistance that is necessary for Israel to recover from this devastation and continue to defend itself. And I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Tennessee, member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. Burchett.
Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's be honest, Mr. Speaker. If Hamas puts down its guns, peace will happen. If Israel does that, they will be slaughtered. These brutal attacks by Hamas terrorists, they've killed over 1,400 Israelis, over 200 hostages, including American citizens. I thought it was very telling when I saw a Jewish father on the news was celebrating the fact that his daughter had died in the initial attack because he was afraid that she'd been abducted and all the horrible, horrible things these dirtbags would have done to her. We've had a few weeks here of discontent here in this body, but today I think we all stand united with Israel as a body. Israel and Jewish people have long been targets. Hamas must understand their time is over, and they are about to meet their fate and their maker. We stand in solidarity with the people of Israel, their fight against these worthless thugs, Hamas, Hezbollah, and any other Iranian-backed terrorist group. Our enemies must know their commitment, that we are committed to our allies, and that they will die. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I now yield 2 minutes to the former chairman of the Agricultural Committee, the current ranking member, the gentleman from Georgia, Representative David Scott.
Thank you very much. And the very first thing I want to say is this. Take note, those of you who are around the world watching this House of Representatives in action, that the very first bill that we are putting out is a bill to send a powerful message. We not only stand with Israel, we will fight with Israel. There's absolutely no way, as God is our maker, that we are going to stand by and see Israel destroyed. Make no mistake about it. It's as clear as bell in the Holy Scriptures, brought down by the mighty hand of God Almighty. Stand with my people, the people of Israel. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I was called upon as a member of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly to go to Iran, to write the paper on Iran. I met the people of Iran, and I want the people of Iran to listen. Go to your mothers, go to your leadership. They are the ones that control Hamas, Hezbollah. And then I call upon our friends in Saudi Arabia. The answer to this is in your hands.
Time has expired. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. Jackson.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, there has never been a more important moment in the relationship between the United States and Israel. I call upon this body to take all necessary actions to unequivocally stand with Israel as it fights for its very existence in this unprovoked war launched by Iranian-backed Hamas terrorists. I have and always will do everything in my power to stand with Israel. I, like the rest of the civilized world, have been disgusted with the unspeakable and barbaric atrocities imposed on innocent Israeli women and children by these animals that call themselves Hamas. We must enact policies to provide Israel with anything and everything it needs to defend itself, to immediately end all illegal aid payments to the Palestinian terrorists, and to hold Iran accountable. As long as I have a vote in Congress, I will always cast my vote in support of the Jewish state. And with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to yield 2 minutes to the Speaker Emerita, the gentlewoman from the great state of California, the Honorable Nancy Pelosi.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I rise in strong support of this resolution to support one of the closest allies in the world and partners, Israel, as she defends herself against terrorist attacks. I thank Chairman McCall for his leadership in bringing this to the floor, as well as Ranking Member Meeks for their leadership, working together, crafting this resounding statement of support and doing so in a unifying bipartisan way. Mr. Speaker, on October 7th, we watched in horror as Hamas terrorists unleashed a brutal assault on Israel's families and slaughtered. We've gone into some of the detail of the brutality of it all, outside the circle of civilized human behavior. Brutality. The attacks were horrible. With this resolution, the United States Congress resoundingly declares our support for Israel. not with revenge, but with justice, that justice will be done. And when doing so, we continue to remain concerned about the humanitarian situation in Gaza with civilians caught in the middle of the war. I echo Secretary Blinken's call for a humanitarian pause so that innocent lives can be saved. 80 years ago, Mr. Speaker, on the floor of this House, my father, as a member of Congress, Thomas D'Alessandro from Maryland, called upon the Roosevelt administration to support the establishment of a state of Israel in what was known as Palestine at the time. He was early in calling for that. So it's in my DNA to protect that state of Israel. Hamas is dedicated to the destruction of the state of Israel. Hamas has been declared a terrorist organization by the United States. Hamas must be destroyed. But in destroying them, we must protect the children in Gaza. They use them as shields. We want to protect them. So this resolution, in overwhelming bipartisan support on the floor of the House, is so necessary. I urge a unanimous vote and thank the Chairman and Ranking Member for their leadership.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Kentucky, member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. Barr.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of this important resolution affirming Israel's right to self-defense against this savage war perpetrated by Hamas and other Iranian-backed terrorists. While it was Hamas terrorists who invaded peaceful communities across Israel, decapitating babies, burning elderly women alive, kidnapping innocent civilians, including Holocaust survivors, it was Iran who was working behind the scenes to fund these acts of terror. I support this resolution because it calls out the mullahs in Tehran for funding Hamas and enabling this attack to occur. But how did this happen? In short, it happened because the Biden administration foreign policy allowed it to happen. Our government designated Iran as a state sponsor of terror, yet the Biden administration pursued a policy of weakness and appeasement toward Tehran. Since the Biden administration took office, Iran has generated approximately $80 billion in revenue from oil sales. And that's because this administration rolled back the Trump administration's successful maximum pressure campaign. In 2021, the administration lifted oil sanctions on Iran that were so helpful to the regime that the deputy chief of the Central Bank of Iran
Additional 30 seconds.
Gentleman has been yielded an additional 30 seconds.
Thank you. The sanctions relief was so helpful to the regime that the deputy chief of the Central Bank of Iran said that Iran's foreign currency reserves were growing due to the growth of oil and other exports. For months, Secretary Blinken and National Security Advisor Sullivan and other administration officials have chased another JCPOA to release billions of dollars in sanctioned assets. And now we see the administration effectively incentivize Hamas to take American hostages by facilitating the transfer of $6 billion from South Korea to Iranian banks in Qatar, a deal that this administration claims it has frozen for now, but Qatar and Iran says is available to them today. Support this resolution.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, let me inquire how much time remains.
Gentleman from New York has 7 minutes remaining. Gentleman from Texas has 10 minutes remaining.
I'm kindly yield a minute and a half to the gentlelady from Florida, Representative Debbie Wasserman Schultz.
Gentlelady from Florida is recognized for a minute and a half.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of this resolution in the State of Israel and to speak out against the horrific murder of 1,400 Israeli civilians and the kidnapping of hundreds more. The unspeakable genocidal violence inflicted on Israelis and the Jewish people by Hamas terrorists goes beyond condemnation. It demands action. As part of a bipartisan and bicameral delegation, I was in the region in pursuit of peace when Hamas launched their cowardly attack on civilian communities. 3 days later, I met with Israelis' unified leadership and pledged continued U.S. support for the defense of the Jewish state. President Biden has led our nation in mourning the dead, praying for the kidnapped, and mobilizing to support Israel in eradicating Iranian-backed death cults like Hamas, Hezbollah, and Islamic Jihad, who are committed to the elimination of the Jewish people. Israel has never had a stronger ally, and the Jewish community has never had a stronger advocate, a stronger voice in the Oval Office. The unconscionable apathy of many nations, and many in our own nation, is a sobering reminder of the fact that Israel remains surrounded by hostility and danger. As a proud Jewish American and Zionist, let me be clear. Israel has a right to defend itself, and Hamas must be destroyed. As an advocate for peace, normalization, and a two-state solution, it must be stated that Hamas is the primary obstacle to all three. We should not tolerate Americans who rationalize massacres and lionize monsters while spouting off anti-Semitic tropes and accusations. I will not equivocate, because there is no equivalence between Israel's righteous efforts to protect its civilians and democracy from terror, and Hamas using innocent Palestinians as a human shield, broadcasting carnage, burning families alive, and raping teenagers, girls to death.
Gentleman's time has
Thank you.
expired.
I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Arkansas, a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. Hill.
Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the Speaker. I want to thank the Chairman. I want to thank the Ranking Member for their work on this bipartisan, strong resolution. Iran and Russia are locked in a poisonous partnership committed to terror. Terror in Ukraine, terror in Syria, and Iran, as the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism, is further committed to the destruction of our ally, Israel. On October 7th, Iran's puppet, Hamas, commenced its most recent sick, savage slaughter of innocents. America, we were the first nation to recognize Israel in 1948. But over the decades, we have stood at her side when she's been attacked by force over her borders. We've stood by her side at anti-Semitic rhetoric in the halls of the United Nations. And together, we have been at the peace table seeking solutions. Today, united, we stand on this House floor in prayer for the safe return of all the hostages taken by Hamas. And I urge adoption on a strong bipartisan basis of this resolution in support of our ally of Israel. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Yes, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Michigan, Representative Thanadal.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chairman McCall and Ranking Member Meeks. I rise in support of House Resolution 771. I firmly stand with Israel in the face of terrorism from Hamas. When I visited Israel in August, I saw how they were surrounded by threats. Now those threats have come true in the most violent and terrible possible way. Let me be clear. Our goal is the eradication of terrorists and terrorism from the face of this earth. We call on and expect the Israeli army to try to minimize civilian casualties, and we should make every reasonable effort to protect innocent Palestinians. But there can be no ceasefire until Hamas releases all hostages, stops its rocket attacks, and surrenders the leaders of the terrorist attack. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New Jersey, the chair of the subcommittee on Europe, Mr. Kane.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank my friend, the chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, for yielding me time. On the morning of Saturday, October 7th, Hamas launched the most brutal and expansive surprise attack on Israel since the Yom Kippur War 50 years ago. The world stood in shock as reports and images began to surface of civilians murdered, young children beheaded, and Holocaust survivors being dragged into Gaza as hostages. Like many of my colleagues in this chamber, I spent the past weeks engaging with the Jewish community leaders in my district, reassuring them of their community's safety and speaking with constituents who had to flee back to the United States. I stand here in support of this overwhelming bipartisan resolution, which has almost every single member of the House of Representatives as a co-sponsor. As the House of Representatives, we support Israel's right to self-defense and survival. We stand against Hamas, against its terror, and against its masters in Tehran. We stand with Israel in its fight for survival and against anti-Semitism in all of its forms.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, and I yield back my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Florida, Representative Lois Frankel.
Gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. My grandfather, Abe, he fled the Holocaust as 6 million Jews were shot and tortured and gassed and starved. We often said, never again, yet on October 7th, it happened again. And make no mistake, the brutal barbaric attacks by Hamas was not about freeing innocent people. It was about destroying Israel and killing Jews. And so today, I am proud to stand with all those who condemn Hamas, support Israel's right to defend itself, and reaffirm the United States' commitment to Israel's security. And I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Your Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. Lawler.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chairman. Women, children, babies slaughtered. The worst massacre of Jews since the Holocaust. Israel has a right to exist, a right to defend itself. We have members in this body that do not believe that. Members in this body that cannot muster the courage or the strength to condemn the slaughtering of babies, but have the audacity to repeat a vile and disgusting lie that Israel bombed a hospital. They are not worthy of serving in this body. And the fact that we have people that didn't even sign on to this resolution tells you everything you need to know. If you cannot stand with Israel, our greatest ally in the Middle East, a beacon of democracy and hope and freedom, you do not belong in this body. Those members should resign in disgrace.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
How much time remains?
Gentleman has 4 minutes remaining. Gentleman from Texas has 7 minutes remaining.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Kustoff.
Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today to speak in favor of this critical resolution to condemn Hamas's brutal attack on Israel and reiterate our nation's support, our strong support for our greatest ally in the Middle East, Israel. We all know that Hamas's heinous and unprovoked attack on innocent Israelis are barbaric. It is our responsibility as members of Congress to stand united with Israel. And let me be clear, Israel has a fundamental right to defend herself and her people during this conflict, during this war. I'm honored to be chairman of the bipartisan House Knesset Parliamentary Friendship Group. From both sides of the aisle, our members' support for the only democracy in the Middle East is absolutely ironclad. And this resolution demonstrates our unwavering commitment to Israel and our relationship. It's important for our nation and the rest of the world to hear this strong support and commitment from the United States House of Representatives. I thank Chairman McCall
Gentleman's
and
time
Ranking
has
Member
expired.
Meeks for their leadership, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I yield 1 minute 30 to the gentleman from North Carolina, Representative Don Davis.
Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Ranking Member. And Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of this resolution, which expresses unwavering support for Israel. This past August, I traveled to Israel, and it was absolutely heart-wrenching as I think the very place that I stood just days later when I was in Israel. I was at the Kfar Aza kibbutz, where 58 people in the community was massacred. And we know 17 kidnapped. And it's just awful to think. Babies killed, people slaughtered, gunned down in cold blood. 33 Americans have lost their lives. Others are missing. Let's be clear. A nation must respond. And yes, we must respond. So let us continue to extend our unwavering support to Israel and ensure that the people of Israel have everything necessary to defend themselves and dismantle this egregious Hamas fighters. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. Moran.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a Christian, freedom-loving Texan and sitting member of the U.S. House Foreign Affairs Committee, the events in Israel these past weeks are of utmost concern. But beyond that, they should concern every American and, frankly, every member of humanity, regardless of religion, ethnicity, race, gender, or political affiliation. What we've seen in these past weeks is pure hate and pure evil. Hamas is a well-known Iranian-backed terrorist organization whose official charter calls for the obliteration of Israel and the Jewish people. Consider that for a moment. And these last few weeks have been proof of their commitment to this goal. So how should we respond in the United States? The U.S. should act strategically with strength and steadiness so that those enemies of the U.S. and Israel are overwhelmed and ultimately defeated in their entirety. We must stand firmly with Israel with whatever they need. Whatever they need. Now is not the time for timidity. It is the time for strength and unity with Israel. Such action will help deter evil in the future, preserve life, and promote liberty. Now is the time for us to be all in.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Offer strength and steadiness in this time. Let us begin
Gentleman's time has
by
expired.
standing with Israel. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose.
Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, today I rise in support of America's greatest ally in the Middle East, Israel, its people, and its right to defend itself against the horrifying Hamas terrorist attacks that have taken the lives of so many innocent individuals, including 33 Americans. Since that deadly attack, I've been working to assist Tennesseans and their families and friends in Israel in their attempts to come home. I have also joined members of the Tennessee delegation in a letter to President Biden urging him to support Israel by any means possible, including by providing any weapons and munitions necessary and punishing all involved in aiding the Hamas terrorists. And lastly, I was proud to be an original co-sponsor of this resolution we are here voting on today, which reaffirms our commitment to Israel and condemns Hamas's brutal terrorist attacks. Mr. Speaker, we must do everything we can to protect and defend our friend Israel. Thank you.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. It's great to be back at work, doing the important work of the House. And the United States stands united in the face of the horrific, barbaric attacks on our greatest ally in the Middle East, Israel. The October 7th attack, nearly 50 years to the day after the Yom Kippur War, was horrific. 1,500 plus people murdered, hundreds more taken hostage, including American citizens. The brutality is unlike anything we've seen in modern times, with women and children being raped and babies beheaded. This cannot be the norm. Israel has every right to protect themselves, to defend themselves and their sovereignty. Our country must support Israel's efforts to protect its citizens and uphold its sovereignty without a question. With misinformation and the horrible pro-Hamas demonstrations across the world, the U.S. Congress must reaffirm our unwavering support for Israel. Together, we must work towards a lasting peace that ensures the security and prosperity of our Jewish friends and Israel. Let us stand shoulder to shoulder in this pursuit, unwavering in our commitment to justice, freedom, and the enduring bonds that bind our nations together. We stand with Israel. We stand with Israel today and forever. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. I recognize or yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Idaho, Mr. Fulcher.
Gentleman from Idaho is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of Israel in H.R. 771. Israel is our most important partner in fighting terrorism. In fact, they are the first line of defense for the U.S. when it comes to terrorism, because the sources of that terrorism is the same for both of us. Israel is a fabulous intelligence partner. I liken them to a giant antenna in the Middle East that serves and provides information to America. And as the only true democracy in the Middle East, Israel is a beacon for the American ideals of freedom, personal liberty, and a market economy. So my colleagues, let's stand together, support Israel, and support H.R. 771. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I'm ready to close.
So, gentleman ready to close. Gentleman from New York is recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me start out by thanking my friend and colleague, the chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. McCall, for his friendship, for working collectively together to making sure that the world knows that there is no daylight between us when it comes to us standing with our friend, our ally, the state of Israel. And I appreciate you. You know, when we first started this, after this horrendous attack on October the 7th, we had a conversation. We said, let's make sure that we put out a statement collectively, us giving our opinions as chair and ranking member of this committee. And then immediately thereafter, we went immediately to work on a resolution so that the world would know where the United States House of Representatives stood. And we thought we would get it done earlier, but we knew that the next thing that would, the first bill, the first resolution that would come to the floor after the House resumed this business would be this bill, because this bill is so significantly important to state that we have the back of our friend and ally, and we want to make sure that Hamas does not exist. You know, Mr. Speaker, I've had the privilege and the opportunity to visit Israel several times. I've been in some of those tunnels. I've talked to the people. And when I've talked to the people of Israel, all they say is they want to live in peace. When I talk to the people of Palestine, the Palestinian individuals in Gaza or in the West Bank, they say they want peace. But Hamas, terrorist organization, when you look at their mandate, they say they want the destruction of Israel. You cannot have peace. You can't even negotiate peace if one side says you should not exist. How can you say that you want a better relationship if you're saying that one side should not? If you're saying Israel should not exist. And you can't forget the horrific terrorist, ISIS-like atrocities that was committed on October the 7th. You cannot be silent. You can't sit back and make believe that it didn't happen, because it did. So, Mr. Speaker, I say as we end this debate, thank you, and thank you to the American people for standing with our friend and ally, the State of Israel.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Texas is recognized to close.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to thank my good friend, Mr. Meeks, as well. That's how this committee operates. And, you know, the fact that this is the most bipartisan resolution in modern history, with 425 co-sponsors, over 97% of this body, speaks volumes. And it sends a strong message to the people of Israel that the United States Congress and the American people stand firmly behind you. The Hamas covenant states, quote, ranks will close, fighters joining other fighters, and masses everywhere in the Islamic world will come forward in response to the call of duty, loudly proclaiming, hail the jihad. They say this cry will reach the heavens and will go on being resounded until liberation is achieved, the invaders vanquished, and Allah's victory comes about. In response to this, we must strengthen our resolve to stand with our ally, Israel. This resolution sends a clear and unequivocal message that the United States House of Representatives and the American people condemn the barbarity of the genocide and war crimes perpetrated by Hamas. And we want to make it clear that Israel has the right to defend herself to prevent an event like this from ever happening again. We want to assure you that the United States will be shoulder to shoulder with Israel, supporting her right to self-defense. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time. I hope everyone votes yes on this resolution.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 771? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas or nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote.
Vote, the yeas are 412, the nays are 10, 6 recorded as present, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended, the resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable Kevin McCumber. Dear Mr. McCumber, as a result of my election today as Speaker, this letter is to inform you that I resign as a member of the Committee on Armed Services. Signed sincerely, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Without objection, the resignation is accepted. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable Kevin McCumber. Dear Mr. McCumber, as a result of my election today as Speaker, this letter is to inform you that I resign as a member of the Committee on the Judiciary. I also resign as a member of the House Judiciary Select Subcommittee on the Weaponization of the Federal Government. Signed sincerely, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Without objection, the resignation is accepted. The chair lays before the House sundry communications.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, this is to notify you formally, pursuant to Rule 8 of the Rules of the House of Representatives, that the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence has been served with a subpoena for documents issued by the United States District Court for the Southern District of New York. After consultation with the Office of General Counsel, I have determined that compliance with the subpoena is consistent with the privileges and rights of the House. Signed sincerely, Michael R. Turner, Chairman, House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H, Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on October 4th, 2023 at 5:47 p.m. that the Senate passed Senate 2231, that the Senate agreed to relative to the death of the Honorable Duncan McLaughlin Faircloth, a former United States Senator from the state of North Carolina, Senate Resolution 393, that the Senate agreed to relative to the death of the Honorable James L. Buckley, former United States Senator from the state of New York, Senate Resolution 394. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Acting Clerk. The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on October 16, 2023 at 3:10 p.m. that the Senate agreed to relative to the death of the Honorable Dianne Feinstein, United States Senator from the state of California, Senate Resolution 400. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Acting Clerk. The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on October 18, 2023 at 2:55 p.m. that the Senate agreed to Senate Joint Resolution 32, that the Senate agreed to relative to the death of the Honorable Richard Clarence Clark, former United States Senator from the state of Iowa, Senate Resolution 406. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Acting Clerk. The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir, pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, the clerk received the following message from the Secretary of the Senate on October 23, 2023 at 12:38 p.m. that the Senate passed Senate 2854, that the Senate passed without amendment H.R. 366. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Acting Clerk.
The chair lays before the House a communication. The clerk will report the message.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. Pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, I have the honor to transmit a sealed envelope received from the White House on October 17, 2023 at 3:44 p.m. and said to contain a message from the President regarding the continuation of a national emergency with respect to significant narcotics traffickers centered in Colombia. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Acting Clerk.
The clerk will report the message.
To the Congress of the United States, Section 202D of the National Emergency Act, 50 U.S.C. 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency with respect to significant narcotics traffickers centered in Colombia declared in Executive Order 12978 of October 21, 1995 is to continue in effect beyond October 21, 2023. The circumstances that led to the declaration of the national emergency on October 21, 1995 have not been resolved. The actions of significant narcotics traffickers centered in Colombia continue to pose an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security, foreign policy, and economy of the United States, and to cause an extreme level of violence, corruption, and harm in the United States and abroad. For this reason, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency declared in Executive Order 12978 with respect to significant narcotics traffickers centered in Colombia. Signed, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., The White House, October 17, 2023.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. Okay. The clerk lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. Pursuant to the permission granted in Clause 2H of Rule 2 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, I have the honor to transmit a sealed envelope received from the White House on October 24, 2023 at 3:55 p.m. and said to contain a message from the President regarding the continuation of the national emergency with respect to the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Signed sincerely, Kevin F. McCumber, Acting Clerk.
The clerk will report the message.
Section 202D of the National Emergency Act, 50 U.S.C. 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency with respect to the situation in or in relation to the Democratic Republic of the Congo, declared in Executive Order 13413 of October 27, 2006, as amended by Executive Order 13671 of July 8, 2014, is to continue in effect beyond October 27, 2023. The situation in or in relation to the Democratic Republic of the Congo, which has been marked by widespread violence and atrocities that continue to threaten regional stability, continues to pose an unusual and extraordinary threat to the foreign policy of the United States. Therefore, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency declared in Executive Order 13413 as amended by Executive Order 13671 with respect to the situation in or in relation to the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Signed, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., The White House, October 24, 2023.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks
and include extraneous material on H.R. 4394, and that I may include tabular material on the same.
Without objection. Pursuant to House Resolution 756 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of H.R. 4394. The Chair appoints the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Flood, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of H.R. 4394, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill making appropriations for energy and water development and related agencies for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. The gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Fleischman, and the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Keptor, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, it is my distinct honor to bring the fiscal year 2024 Energy and Water Bill before you today. Before I go into the details, I'd like to recognize the hard work of Chairwoman Granger and Ranking Member DeLauro on this bill and the entire appropriations process. I'd like also specifically to thank my ranking member, Ms. Kaptur, for being a tremendous partner throughout this year's process. At a total of $56.958 billion, the Energy and Water Bill advances our national security, our energy security, and our economic competitiveness in a fiscally responsible manner. The bill includes $24 billion for the National Nuclear Security Administration. Within that, the bill fully funds all major weapons programs and infrastructure modernization activities, including the W-93 warhead, the nuclear sea-launched cruise missile, the B-83-1 sustainment efforts, and the restart of plutonium pit production capability. NNSA funding also supports naval reactors and defense nuclear nonproliferation. Remaining a leader in nuclear energy technologies will ensure reliable energy here at home and will help allies across the globe. The bill sustains the Department of Energy's Nuclear Energy Base program and also redirects previously appropriated funds to higher priorities. Specifically, $2.4 billion to develop a domestic capability for producing low-enriched uranium, including high-assay low-enriched uranium that will be necessary for upcoming advanced reactors, and $1.2 billion to support the ongoing Advanced Small Modular Reactor Demonstration Project. To reduce our reliance on foreign sources of critical minerals, the bill provides more than $200 million for the full spectrum of production technologies. The Army Corps of Engineers is funded at $9.57 billion, including full funding of the Harbor Maintenance Trust Fund activities and ongoing Inland Waterways Trust Fund construction projects. These investments will help ensure goods can be moved safely to and from global markets. Funding for the Bureau of Reclamation totals $1.8 billion and prioritizes projects that increase water supply and support drought resilience. The bill continues strong funding for the Department of Energy Office of Science, including fusion energy science, to enhance America's role as the global leader of scientific discovery and to lay the foundation for future scientific breakthroughs. In closing, I would like to thank the staff on both sides of the aisle for their hard work throughout this process. On the majority staff, Angie, Perry, Nora, Richie, Scott, and Janet. In my personal office, Ian and Daniel. And on the minority staff, Scott, Jocelyn, and Adam. This is a strong bill, and I urge members to support it. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself such time as I might consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I want to say I also appreciate Chair Fleischman very, very much for his serious attention to our complex bill and his cordiality and very constructive attitude throughout. And I would like to begin also by thanking our diligent staff for all their hard work on this bill. On the minority staff, I would like to thank Scott McKee and Jocelyn Hunn and Adam Wilson. And on the majority staff, I would like to thank Angie Giancarlo, Perry Yates, Nora Khalil, Richie O'Connell, Scott Pruding, and Janet Harrington. And on my personal staff, I would like to thank Margaret McGinnis and Maylee Boyce. As we work on this energy and water bill, I wish to place on the record how deeply saddened I am by the passing of our dear colleague in the other body, Senator Dianne Feinstein, who dedicated the best years of her life to our country. As energy and water appropriators, Dianne and all of us worked closely over many years to protect the waters of the United States and to build a brighter, cleaner energy future and to assure America's nuclear capabilities are secure. Her acute mastery of the energy, water, and security needs of our nation had no comparison, and her dignified, noble public service is truly a great loss to our nation. There is not a time during our bill's consideration today to fully express my thoughts, but I am so deeply saddened for California's loss, for our nation's loss, and for all who grieve the loss of the longest-serving woman in Senate history. All I or any of us can do is laud Senator Dianne Feinstein's productive career of exemplary, effective public service. Rest in peace, my dear friend. We consider this important measure at a moment in which the U.S. economy is growing at record rates, producing historic levels of job growth due to the laws enacted by the last Congress. With historic job growth, revenues are now coming into the private sector and the federal government at much higher levels than before because post-pandemic, millions more people are working. Companies are earning money. The American people, again, are doing what America does best, be productive, and leave our nation to the future in better condition than we found it. Indeed, as this debt chart, which show, I call it gross domestic product debt chart, clearly illustrates, as a result of robust economic growth, our nation has bent the debt curve as a percentage of GDP for the first time in modern history. Here we go. It's going down. That's where we want it to go. Yes, we are beginning to pay down our nation's accumulated debt, largely amassed from the costs of past wars, the old debt that were not paid for by those who conducted them at the time. Then we had the pandemic, and sadly, over several decades, the tax cuts that were enacted allowed the wealthiest and most productive, powerful corporations in our country not to carry their fair share of the tax load. So I think it's important that everyone share in our nation's responsibilities, and in this context, I must offer I'm unable to concur with my able colleague, Chair Fleischman, on this particular appropriation bill. I prefer a more realistic energy and water allocation that meets the critical energy and water needs of our nation, not just for today, but for the energy independence and the water security for America in perpetuity. And we're not out of the woods on this. We've got a lot of work to do. Energy and water security are national security. Think about it. Yet the non-defense spending in this bill is $6.4 billion lower, 25% lower than last year's effective level.
That is a radical, irresponsible reduction. It repeals over $5 billion for critical energy programs from the Inflation Reduction Act that would have helped American families save money on their monthly energy bills while simultaneously creating thousands of jobs, good-paying jobs, in new energy technologies. For energy and water needs, it is not an overstatement to say people in our nation live or die by decisions being made here in Congress. Since World War II, America has paid a terrible price for its unconscious slide into foreign dependency on imported energy. While we have made strides toward energy independence, after a half a century of effort starting in the late 1970s, we still haven't scored at the home plate of U.S. energy independence in perpetuity. Recently, I read an article that said our country's going to import petroleum after 2040. Well, guess what? I'm not voting for that. Our position must be to keep American energy and our people secure here at home. And that's one of the major purposes of this bill. Hasn't our nation learned repeatedly the hard way that when gasoline prices top $4 a gallon, our economy is thrown into deep recession? Pretty clear. It should be obvious why U.S. energy independence is so vital. No foreign power should ever again make America vulnerable. Energy security is national security. We must ensure energy security within our own borders, and we can't depend on foreign sources in the event of energy disruptions that are natural or malignly concocted to do us harm. Energy impacts every person's well-being. It allows our nation to be free and free of foreign malign influence. How well we know our nation's fate can be impacted by events outside our border. News outlets are correctly reporting that Russia's unprovoked war on Ukraine is being waged on more than one front, surely including energy. Russia is hard-fast at manipulation of global oil and gas prices through reserves Russia controls. In fact, global oil prices surged to nearly $100 per barrel in September after Saudi Arabia and Russia continued their curtailment of oil supplies. The sharp escalation in geopolitical risk in the Middle East from the brutal Hamas terror attacks in Israel has oil markets on edge. Check it out. Let us not forget that the Middle East accounts for more than 1/3 of the world's seaborne oil trade. Again, energy resources are intricately bound to the fate of liberty. Halfway around our world, let us make our home front impenetrable. Energy also allows our private sector and its workforce the ability to flourish in a modern economy with millions and millions upon millions of living wage jobs in energy production and conservation across all sectors: natural gas, ethanol and biodiesel, nuclear, fossil fuels, thermal heat recovery, renewables, and advancing sectors of hydrogen and fusion energy and advanced nuclear platforms. Meanwhile, imaginative energy conservation and other developing technologies are being created by America's amazing inventors in new building materials, solar and electrified windows, how about that? Biofuels, geothermal and thermal heat recovery, wind and wave energy, to name but a few. America will never, ever lose her power of invention because we are a free people. Now, let me turn to our water responsibilities. New, major engineering challenges lie before America. Just ask the citizens along the drought-stricken Mississippi and the Louisiana corridor as salt water creeps north. And how about the flood victims in New York City? Across our nation, cities are having to manage water and wastewater loads for which they were not engineered. In rural America, farmers are losing crops because of increasing rainfall and inability to manage water in their fields, and drainage systems that were built for another era, frankly, a century or a century and a half ago. Well, times are changing. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and Bureau of Reclamation are needed now more than ever to handle regional approaches to new and changing water flows, whether it's down the Mississippi, along our coasts, in the Great Lakes, or the dry, irrigated West. There is an old expression, don't try to fool Mother Nature. And I would say, don't ignore Mother Nature. This is one such moment in American history. And so I must express the Energy and Water Appropriation Bill before us is completely inadequate. It does not meet our country's needs in this new era of climate change. If I need offer more proof, Americans and America are paying billions more in disaster relief. This country paid over $150 billion last year in disaster damage, significantly higher than the $60 billion average from the last 30 years. How about that? Doubling and a half. Well, that's a big warning sign that one simply can't ignore. We ought to be investing that money up front to avoid those disasters by properly funding this bill. We must robustly meet the needs of the future, not flounder in the past. In other areas of the bill, I continue to be troubled by the unsustainable spending in the Department of Energy's weapons programs. We know we have to keep a tight lid on them because they have a tendency to overspend when we don't watch. Further, I'm concerned how this bill cuts nuclear nonproliferation programs that reduce nuclear risks and counter the global challenge of nuclear proliferation. Finally, the bill includes numerous controversial poison pill policy riders that sadly show extremist Republicans are not interested in bills that can gain bipartisan support and become law. I urge my colleagues to oppose the bill. America can and must do better on the new age frontiers of energy and water, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield to the distinguished gentleman from South Carolina, my friend, Mr. Wilson, for 2 minutes.
The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Energy and Water Appropriations Bill is critical for national security, energy security, and creating jobs. I want to congratulate Chairman Chuck Fleischmann for his extraordinary success in developing this legislation, which is so crucial to achieve peace through strength. I respect but disagree with the ranking member, Marcy Kaptur. On passing H.R. 1, the Lower Energy Cost Act, earlier this year, House Republicans have shown dedication to lead in a way that will secure America's energy independence. I'm grateful for the strong actions taken to lower costs for families through deregulation. Biden's disastrous war on fossil fuels has helped war criminal Putin to finance his mass murder in Ukraine. Increasing domestic energy production is the best way to combat the dangerous dependency on Chinese-made or supplied electric vehicle batteries and solar panels that further enrich the Chinese Communist Party. The green energy spending has been diverted into unsustainable boondoggles, wasting taxpayers' money. I appreciate that this legislation supports critical missions at the Savannah River site, which I'm grateful to represent. As the only member of Congress who's ever worked at the Savannah River site, I know firsthand of its importance and dedicated personnel. In South Carolina, nuclear energy has provided over 60% of the energy matrix, and I'm grateful for Governor Henry McMaster, a champion for small modular reactors. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of the bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentlewoman from Ohio.
Yes, I would like to yield 6 minutes to the gentlewoman from Connecticut, the ranking member of the full Committee of Appropriations, Ms. DeLauro.
Gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Last year, the Energy and Water Development Appropriations Bill lowered energy costs for families, created good-paying jobs by growing and supporting a robust clean energy sector, and rebuilding water infrastructure, promoted American energy independence, strengthened our national security, and ensured American energy outcompeted China. Sadly, this is not what this year's bill does. The majority has put forth a bill that cuts domestic energy investments by a staggering 25.4%, or $6.4 billion lower than last year, with the consequences of increasing energy costs for American families at a time when families are living paycheck to paycheck and struggling with the high cost of living. This bill undermines growth and modernization of our energy infrastructure. It weakens our national security. It would yield leadership of the world's energy future to our greatest adversaries. As much as my Republican colleagues may refuse overwhelming evidence, deny scientific consensus, and ignore the catastrophic natural disasters becoming more severe and more common in their districts and across the country, we have no choice but to transform our energy sector to reflect our climate reality. The only path that addresses climate change, reduces our dependence on fossil fuels, and curbs our reliance on foreign energy is to diversify how we produce and store energy. Wind, solar, hydroelectric, hydrogen, geothermal. When it comes to addressing climate and driving a robust energy sector, our answer to the question, how, must be everything under the sun. The Department of Energy's clean energy programs drive down energy costs, making it cheaper to expand domestic energy sources. For energy efficiency and renewable energy, the majority proposed cutting the Department of Energy's budget by $1.5 billion, or 42%, from the 2023 level. This office researches and develops manufacturing, building, energy management, and weatherization technologies that are critical to our nation's growth and resilience. That is nearly $500 million that will not be invested in our economic, energy, and climate future. Furthermore, Republicans would cut $4.5 billion from the high-efficiency electric home rebate program. That program helps 250,000 low and moderate-income households, helps them to save upwards of $1 billion on their energy bills annually, and which creates 50,000 new jobs. $1 billion cut from the Assistance for Latest and Zero Building Energy Code adoption, and $200 million from the state-based home energy efficiency contractor training grants. It means that if American families want to reduce their home energy consumption and lower their monthly bills, my Republican colleagues say no. We must be innovative, creative, and aggressive in fighting for a clean energy future to make America resilient in the face of climate change, which is why it is irresponsible to cut $15 billion from the Department of Energy's Innovative Technology Loan Guarantee Program. That program supports critical projects that, for example, remove air pollutants that can cause asthma and cancer from the atmosphere. After watching the skies turn orange over parts of the East Coast and the Midwest this summer, I would hope that we could agree that air pollution is a bad thing. But perhaps the majority feels differently. Sustainability at its core is a demand that we responsibly steward the planet and its natural resources to future generations. The majority fails this demand. If the proposed abandonment of America's energy future and of our ability to build a robust and diversified energy industry were not enough reason to vote against this bill, then the offensive political riders on race, gender, and sexuality should be. The majority continues to break the deal that the Speaker struck with the President earlier this year to avert a default. Democrats and Republicans from the House and Senate need to begin the process of negotiating, finding common ground to pass bipartisan appropriations bills immediately. Pursuing these partisan bills all but guarantees we will need another continuing resolution in 3 weeks. Continuing resolutions may keep the government open, but they are no way to govern. There is no excuse to be considering bills written to appease a minority of this chamber who we know will not vote to fund the government. For all of these reasons, I cannot support this bill, and I urge my colleagues to vote against it. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Chairman, I yield to the gentleman, my friend from Ohio, Idaho. Absolutely. The ranking member of the Interior and Environmental Subcommittee, Mr. Simpson, for 5 minutes.
The gentleman.
Indeed.
I'd rather have Ohio come to Idaho.
The gentleman from Idaho is recognized.
I thank the chairman for yielding. Having been a former chairman of this committee and either ranking member or chairman for the last 9 years, I guess, you know, when I left, people asked me repeatedly, what kind of chairman will Mr. Fleshman be of this committee? Whether it was people from the Idaho National Lab or from PNNL or other places. I told him I thought he'd be a great chairman. And this is why. He cares about the Department of Energy's lab complex. Not just Oak Ridge, which he represents, but all of the labs throughout the complex. He's been to a lot of them and visited them and found out what they do. And he cares about nuclear energy, which is important to me and important to him also, and many other aspects within the Department of Energy. So I thought he would be a great chairman, and he's done a masterful job of putting this bill together. This bill contains many things that are vitally important to the future of this country, whether it's nuclear power or fusion energy, as we've talked about, or the next generation reactors that are going to be developed, whether it's high-speed computing, and Oak Ridge is probably the leader in high-speed computing. All other agencies kind of depend on the Department of Energy's high-speed computing to do work for them. Whether it's cybersecurity, a lot of that is done at the Idaho National Lab and at other laboratories. Whether it's renewable energy in the NNL or the facility in Colorado. All of those things are important. What a lot of people forget about this bill is that about a third of it, 36, 38%, something like that, is defense part of this bill, NNSA. Whether it's the non-pro that was mentioned by the ranking member, whether it's the defense cleanup portion of it, whether it's the weapons modernization program, or whether it's the part that I kind of like, and that's the naval reactors program. You know, when they started the naval reactors program at the Idaho National Laboratory, when they fueled the first submarine with nuclear energy, it lasted about 18 months, and then they had to refuel it. Because of the work they've done out there, we now fuel ships for life of the ship. That's an amazing process that they've done. And it's because of the work that's been done by the NNSA. But that's just on the energy side of this bill, and we could talk about that for a long time. The other important part of this bill is the water part of it. It is energy and water. The Army Corps of Engineers is funded through this bill. Whether they do the dredging for our ports or for our waterways throughout this country, or whether it's the Bureau of Reclamation. I will tell you, every member of Congress, I believe, has a Department of Army Corps of Engineers project within their district. So this bill is important to them. So I think the chairman has done a masterful job of putting this bill together. But I enjoy listening to my colleagues, and they are good friends. We have worked together for many years, both Chairwoman DeLauro or whether it's Ranking Member Capter, who used to be chairman of this committee also, and it goes back and forth. But we've worked together in a cordial way. But I enjoy their conversation where we haven't spent enough money on this bill. And they've talked about how we could spend more money in certain areas to address certain things and that kind of stuff. The one thing they didn't mention when they were talking about the fact that we need more money in these bills is the $33 trillion deficit we have. And I will guarantee you it is easier to write bills when you're just expanding spending and you've got more money than you know what to do with, to throw at all the different bills, which has been the way it's been for the last couple years. And if they didn't have enough money, they took things out and made it emergency spending. And we're having to deal with that. It is more difficult to write a bill where you got to actually reduce spending. And I think everyone in our conference on this side of the aisle realizes that we have to reduce spending if we're ever going to address the $33 trillion debt. It's just a small part of it, but it's an important part of it. And so that's what we're trying to do in a responsible manner. And that's what Chairman Fleshman has done in a responsible manner. I find it kind of curious that as I've heard the the ranking member and the chairwoman of the ranking member of the full committee talk, they've talked about we got to spend all this more money because families are struggling. And then they say, this is the best economy we've had in years and years. Which one is it? I don't understand. It's both? Interesting. When can we address the debt and deficit in this bill? You'll get a chance. It is a challenge that we face, but again, I congratulate the chairman of the subcommittee for his work on this, and I also would be remiss if I didn't say something about the staff. They've done a fantastic job. They work incredible hours to get these bills ready for the floor, and they've done a good job in this one too, and I congratulate them and thank them for their work.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Once again, I thank the distinguished gentleman from Idaho, and Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Ohio.
Let me just say I look forward, Mr. Chair, to responding to my dear friend, former Chair Simpson. But first, want to yield 2.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida who's been awaiting, the ranking member of the Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Subcommittee, who does such a phenomenal job, Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentlelady for yielding, and I stand here as a proud member of the Energy and Water Subcommittee for many years, and I unfortunately rise in opposition to this harmful bill. And let's start with the two most obvious problems. It raises energy costs for families, and it has zero chance of becoming law. It was drafted with one goal: to appease MAGA extremists. The new speaker just spoke of reaching across the aisle for all Americans, yet one of Republicans' first major acts is to jam through a bill that raises their energy costs, undermines our security, and all just to keep their right-wing base happy. How do we know? Instead of fortifying our power infrastructure and confronting the climate crisis, it fixates on blocking the Army Corps of Engineers from renaming items that celebrate the Confederacy. You just cannot make this stuff up. That rockets to the top of the priority list for House Republicans. As we recover from the hottest summer on record, it cuts a critical clean energy program by $500 million, choking off vital energy efficiency avenues to battle climate change. House Republicans have drafted a bill that is entirely removed from the realities that our families and entire planet face right now. I recently had an affordable housing roundtable with Broward County in my home state of Florida, and they all talked about being rent-burdened by climbing housing costs. Yet this bill takes away funding to help American homeowners keep their homes safe and energy efficient to cut their power bill. Instead of investing in a stronger America, it cedes supremacy to a Chinese Communist Party that throws its full weight into infrastructure and clean energy investments. If Republicans want to craft a bill that helps American families, start by abiding by the bipartisan budget agreement that was signed into law by President Biden just a few months ago. In a rare instance where this bill actually honors that agreement, it fully funds a $425 million budget request for Everglades restoration, which I'm thankful for, and it allows us to keep moving the EAA reservoir project forward. Beyond that, though, this bill has dramatic funding gaps that jeopardize America's energy stability and independence. It raises costs for families, hurts job creation, fails to tackle the climate crisis, and rolls over to Chinese and Russian competitors. So for all these obvious reasons, I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I wanted to kind of offer a few thoughts here regarding what our esteemed colleague, Mr. Simpson, said about the federal balance sheet. If you think of your own checkbook, when you work and you earn money, you have an entry that's positive. You have a payroll check, or you earn interest on something, and then if you have to pay a bill, you put a minus sign and you subtract it and you see what's left. What's interesting about the arguments from the folks on the other side of the aisle is they only talk about what is subtracted. They don't talk about what's being added. So both revenues and expenditures are a part of the federal budget. And it's interesting to me, and I've served in Congress a while now, the other side never talks about revenues. They only talk about expenditures. And the interesting thing about revenues is when an economy is booming, you are bringing more revenue into the federal government, and that's why The federal debt as a percent of our economic prowess right now is decreasing because we are growing the economy. What we are spending in this bill causes more economic growth. That's a good thing. But what the other side is not talking about is that there are a lot of free riders in our country, and they are not paying their fair share of revenues into the Treasury. And we have to talk about that side of the budget too. There's a lot of people who are what I call free riders. We're paying for them. Some of the richest people in this country, some of the biggest corporations aren't paying their fair share of the load. So you have to look at both sides of the ledger. I just wanted to put that on the floor today in order to adopt the proper policies. And it'll be a most interesting discussion as we move forward with the new debt commission that's been formed. It'll be interesting if they bring both pages in the ledger, both the revenues and the expenditures. Because as our chart shows, the federal debt as a percent of GDP is going down for the first time in modern history. And we better not do anything that stops that, because it is one of the answers, as well as getting those who are free riders to pay their fair share. All right, so I reserve the balance of my time, and I thank the chair.
The gentlewoman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'd like to yield to my friend, the distinguished gentleman from North Carolina, and also my colleague on the congressional baseball team, Dr. Murphy, for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll recognize the MVP of the baseball team very much for his heroic athletic ability during the climactic game that we had. I'll rise today in support of H.R. 4394, the Energy and Water Development Appropriations Act. What this did is fund the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers civil work projects and the Department of Energy, enhance our energy security, and bolster our economic competitiveness in FY24. Under President Biden, Americans have been forced to pay record prices at the pump, and our strategic petroleum reserve has been decimated. We have become further reliant on China for critical materials, crushed by overregulation, and watched the woke agenda destroy America's energy independence. This legislation rolls back America Last policies, robustly funds construction, operation, and maintenance of our nation's ports and inland waterways, and provides $34.8 million for dredging in North Carolina's 3rd District alone. Within this bill is $6.3 million for dredging the Atlantic Intercoastal Waterway, or we call it the ICW, which is vital to our commercial and recreational fishing industry in my district. $18 million for dredging the Morehead City Port, where our Marine expeditionary units deploy from our Navy amphibious ships and played a vital role in our national security. God forbid we have to use them soon. Funding for other import inlets that our fishing industry and ferries rely on, such as Manio Bay, New River Inlet, Rawlinson Channel, New Topsail Inlet, and connecting channels, as well as Silver Lake Harbor, is also included. And lastly, $5.2 million for the channel from Back Sound to Lookout Bight, which connects the ferry system to Cape Lookout and has not been dredged in over 30 years, where it is common for vessels to run aground and must be pulled off the shoal with a very expensive movement by the U.S. Coast Guard. I'm very grateful for the work of Energy and Water Development Appropriations Subcommittee Chairman Fleischman, a.k.a. MVP baseball team, for putting forward a bill that recognizes the unique challenges and needs of our coastal communities across the country. I support this year's Energy and Water Development Appropriations Bill and urge my colleagues to do the same. With that, I will yield back.
Thank the gentleman from North Carolina, and I reserve.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield to my very good friend and fellow member of the Italian caucus, the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa.
The gentleman is recognized.
For 2 minutes.
I appreciate the time from my great colleague from Tennessee who works a lot on the important energy field, and it's great to work with him. I too rise today in support of the Energy and Water Development Appropriations Act. This funding bill cuts billions of needless spending from the Democrats' budget-busting spending bills of the last Congress and continues prioritizing funding towards our nation's water infrastructure, so desperately needed, especially in my home state of California. Stored water means water for people and for agriculture, means hydroelectricity can be generated, which is green power. It means flood control. It means recreation, yes, even environmental water, which is already getting the lion's share of the water we have in my home state. Additionally, I'm pleased to see H.R. 215, the Water for California Act, is included in this legislation, which my colleague, Representative Valadeo, and I have worked on with the entire Republican delegation from California. The Water for California Act restores the basic principle of fairness for water users in California by requiring the Bureau of Reclamation to follow the terms of their water contracts. Isn't that a concept? And use the best available science to operate the Central Valley Project. This would also eliminate the environmental blockade against using water storage funds to move forward with the enlargement of Shasta Dam in my district, an opportunity to store 630,000 new acre feet at an existing structure. That should be easy. Lastly, this measure prohibits administration from completely changing all the rules, regulations, and procedures of the California water system on a whim, simply to satisfy the radical environmentalists, much to the detriment of our farms, for agriculture, and forcing urban water users to have to ration water to the tune of even as few as 42 gallons of water per day. Picture that. If you've got a wading pool for your kids or your pets or whatever, it might take 3 days of your water ration to fill a wading pool under what they have coming down the pike on rationing water and limiting. We have so much water flowing out to the Pacific through the Delta that's being wasted. Water right now being let out of the dams in order to meet their conservation level for flood control later. That should be put someplace that can be helpful, such as San Luis Reservoir. So thank you. Mr. Chairman, thank you to my colleague, Mr. Fleischman. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this bill and get some common sense back into our water supply. Thank you so much.
Thank the gentleman from California, and I reserve, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentlewoman from California or from Ohio is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back time.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized.
Okay. Mr. Chairman and members, Congress needs to write bills that meet our country's needs. And I reiterate my disappointment that the energy and water bill before us today does not adhere to the agreed-to levels in the Bipartisan Fiscal Responsibility Act of 2023. The American people are counting on us to work together, not draft partisan bills that will never become law. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from Ohio yields. All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. The amendment printed in Part A of House Report 118-242 shall be considered as adopted, and the bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. No further amendment to the bill as amended shall be in order except those printed in Part B of House Report 118-242. Amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of House Resolution 756 and pro forma amendments described in Section 4 of that resolution. Each further amendment printed in Part B of the report shall be considered only in the order printed in the report, may be offered only by a member designated in the report, and shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and opponent, shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 4 of House Resolution 756, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. It shall be in order at any time for the chair of the Committee on Appropriations or his designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of amendments printed in Part B of the report not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 20 minutes, equally divided, and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their designees. Shall not be subject to amendment except as provided by Section 4 of House Resolution 756, and shall not be subject to a demand for division of the question. During the consideration of the bill for amendment, the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees may offer up to 10 pro forma amendments each at any point for the purpose of debate. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, pursuant to House Resolution 756, I offer amendments in bloc.
The clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
En bloc consisting of amendments numbered 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 17, 18, 21, 23, and 33, printed in Part B of House Report Number 118-242, offered by Mr. Fleischman of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 756, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Fleischman, and the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Capter, each will control 10 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this bipartisan and block amendment was developed in coordination with the minority. It contains non-controversial amendments addressing important issues at the agencies funded in this bill that have been agreed to by both sides. I support its adoption and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of this amendment. I know it took a lot of effort on the part of the chair, and we appreciate your cooperation. The en bloc contains non-controversial amendments for members of both parties, and I have no objections and urge support of the amendment.
Does the gentlewoman reserve?
I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield to the gentleman, Louisiana, Mr. Graves, for 3 minutes.
Thank you.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Chairman Fleischman and Ranking Member Capter for their cooperation here. Dating back to the Balanced Budget Act of 2018, there was there was funding that provided important advancement of projects known as the COMET project, which is north of my hometown of Baton Rouge, as well as the West Shore project in the river parishes. Mr. Chairman, these projects date back, in the case of COMET, date back all the way to the early 1980s, one of these awful Corps of Engineer projects that's been stalled for so long. We had a record flood in 2016, by some measure, a 1,000-year flood that would have been tempered or mitigated if this project had been constructed. And thankfully, in BBA 18, the project was fully funded, and folks were excited and believed that we were going to be moving forward on this project. Similarly, Mr. Chairman, the West Shore project actually started before I was born, literally, 1970-71. That project had been stalled and had not advanced at all until we were able to get the authorization passed through Congress in 2016, and were able to get the project, what we believed was also fully funded, in BBA 18. Mr. Chairman, what we found today is that these project costs have skyrocketed. In the case of the West Shore project, it's approximately $1.3 billion short now, and in the case of the COMET project, it's about $447 million short. What this amendment does, this is an increase-decrease amendment of approximately $1.75 billion, and it is designed to complete these projects. Mr. Chairman, it's kind of like being a little bit pregnant. Project just doesn't work. It's either completed and it's functional, or it's not. We've got to finish these projects. We have to ensure the resiliency of these communities. And I know that my two colleagues here, being the chair and the ranking member of this committee, this subcommittee with the Corps of Engineers, knows the importance of investment in resiliency or mitigation efforts, and certainly know the importance that they share. And I just want to thank you again for accepting our amendment, and look forward to continuing to work with you. Yield back.
I thank the gentleman from Louisiana. Mr. Chairman, I have no further speakers at this time, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Tennessee yields. The question is on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The en bloc amendments are agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 3, printed in Part B of House Report 118-242. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
I've got an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 756, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and the member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment eliminates the funding for the Delaware River Basin Commission, the funding that is from the federal government. You see, unfortunately, this bill provides nearly $750,000 to the Delaware River Basin Commission, meaning that since 1998, the federal government has provided funding of some sort to this commission full of unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats that have unilaterally, in this case, instituted a hydraulic fracturing ban for a portion of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, literally stripping away the property and mineral rights from Pennsylvanians in direct contravention of the will of the legislature. These people aren't elected by anybody. They're not accountable to anybody. Most people have no idea who the people on this commission even are. The result is a prohibition on the development of critical shale plays in eastern Pennsylvania that can bring desperately needed natural gas to the market, and the unconstitutional taking of mineral rights of the people of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Americans, having unelected bureaucrats take their rights away. It's an attack on Pennsylvania energy and American energy. At a time when residential natural gas prices are near record highs, it creates significant inflation, cost of living increases for our constituents, and empowers our enemies abroad. Now, instead of taking action to stop this unconstitutional seizure of state authority, as my other amendment that was not made in order would have done, or better yet, dissolving the compact altogether, this bill, as it currently exists, rewards the radical commissioners with money from the very taxpayers the Delaware River Basin Commission is attacking. Providing funds to such an out-of-control radical commission is a step in the wrong direction that incentivizes others like it to follow. This amendment that I'm offering would rescind this money and move it to the spending reduction account, ensuring that we do not further incentivize this commission to attack American energy and the rights of Pennsylvania while trying to pay off some of our $33 trillion of debt. I urge my colleagues to do the right thing and send a message to these unelected bureaucrats by supporting this amendment, and I reserve the balance.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise to speak on the amendment, in opposition to the amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong opposition to this amendment, which would strip federal funding for the Delaware River Basin Commission. This amendment will remove $715,000, funding that I secured through the community project funding process. This amount is mere pennies within the entire federal budget and provides an outsized return on investment for the millions of Americans who rely on the Delaware River Basin for clean water and recreational use. The basin provides drinking water to over 14.2 million people and contributes approximately $22 billion in annual economic activity. The Delaware River Basin provides immense value to the region, and the federal government's small but critical role in managing the region's water resources is vital to maintaining the Commission's work. This amendment is an assault on the communities that rely on the resources and the economy of the basin, and it is an attack on those who have fought to secure this necessary funding for the next fiscal year. Therefore, I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. And, Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Thank you.
The gentlewoman from New Jersey
I reserve,
yields.
Mr. Chairman, I am
The
sorry.
gentlewoman
I
from New
reserve.
Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I thank the chairman. My colleague says that it costs mere pennies. These mere pennies add up to mere dollars. These mere dollars add up to thousands, eventually millions, and eventually billions, which is where we are right now. It talks about the return on investment. Talks about it, but doesn't say what the return on investment is, because there isn't any return on investment. It provides immense value, it is claimed, but yet the value cannot be described. It cannot be quantified. No one knows what the value is. Would the Delaware River Basin go away if the commission were not there? Are you saying without the commission there would be no safe drinking water? The actions that this commission has taken are unfounded, unjustified, and are happening nowhere else. Yet there's clean drinking water across the rest of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania without this commission banning public and private activity. It says, my colleague says it's necessary funding. Necessary for what? What are we getting for this? Somebody's getting something, but the people of Pennsylvania, they're getting the shaft. I reserve the balance.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentlewoman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you very much. Needless to say, I disagree with the premise of my wonderful colleague across the aisle. But I'd like to yield 3 minutes, to my chair, Congresswoman Kaptur.
The gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized.
Yes, I rise in strong opposition to this amendment, and let's be clear. This amendment reduces funding for the Army Corps of Engineers investigations account by $715,000, with the amendment's description stated intent of eliminating funding for the Delaware River Basin Commission. I'll note that the actual bill language of the amendment only reduces funding for the account. It does not in any way eliminate funding for the Delaware River Basin Commission. However, I vigorously oppose the stated intent behind this amendment, especially since the Delaware River Basin, which flows into the Delaware Bay and then into the Atlantic Ocean, covers over 13,000 square miles in 4 states. As established by law through the Delaware River Basin Compact that went into effect in 1961, the Commission consists of the Army Corps of Engineers and the 4 basin state governors. Those states include Delaware, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and New York. The Corps of Engineers in these states work as equal partners for planning, development, and regulatory actions for the river basin. And frankly, all across the country, we're facing issues that deal with very large watersheds and basins that in the past centuries and decades didn't face what we face today with water flows. With the Commission's work, while the Commission's work could be further discussed, my strongest reason for opposition to this amendment is that the underlying bill provides $715,000 to the Delaware River Basin Commission as community project funding on behalf of 2 members of this body. The community project funding process allows members of Congress to request funding for their community to meet urgent needs that they identify. There's a rigorous process for vetting and inclusion of community project funding, including strict transparency and accountability rules. And I'm shocked that one member would target another member's community project funding through an amendment on the floor. I strongly urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment, and I yield back the time to the gentlelady and reserve any time I might have on my own. Thank you.
Gentlewoman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Well, I thank the chair, and I would say I dispute the claim that they work in collaboration. The Delaware River Basin Commission itself, in contravention of the Pennsylvania legislature, has banned the practice that is practiced all over northern Pennsylvania, hydraulic fracturing. Banned it in contravention of the will and the wishes of the elected members of the Pennsylvania legislature. And I would say this as well. The Corps of Engineers can do this work, whether there's a commission or not, or whether this money is here or not. The Corps of Engineers has wide latitude to do that work all across the country. They don't need our involvement. And finally, the individual states involved in this compact, that's why they got into the compact. And they charge people in the individual states all kinds of permit fees and regulatory fees to pay for this commission, and yet somehow the commission can't survive without more money from the federal government. It's ridiculous. It's duplicative, it's costly, it's unaffordable, it's unnecessary, and it needs to end. And I yield the balance.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania yields. Gentlewoman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I simply want to say, as we finalize this discussion, that there are 14.2 million people who will be affected, who think that this is important. There is a $22 billion economic activity that will be impacted. So needless to say, I have chosen this as a project that I support because in the time that I have had the opportunity to serve the district, the 12th congressional district in the state of New Jersey, this is an issue that I find very important. And I do hope that my colleagues will oppose this amendment. And with that, I yield back and I thank you.
Gentlewoman from New Jersey yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I will request the yeas and nays on this.
Does the gentlewoman request a recorded vote?
Yes, sir, I do. I demand a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 12, printed in Part B of House Report 118-242. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 12, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Neguse of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 756, the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse, and the member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Colorado.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to offer my amendment, which would allocate additional funding to the Bureau of Reclamation for the Colorado River Compliance Account and to support the Upper Colorado and San Juan River Basin endangered fish recovery programs. But first, let me just say, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to, or Mr. Chairman, express my gratitude to the ranking member who has served with such distinction in this body, representing northwestern Ohio, and Toledo, and Sandusky, and doing her part to build a better future for the people of Ohio and the people of our country, and in particular, her service as ranking member of this particular August subcommittee, and always trying to find a way to bridge the divide and to build a bipartisan path forward. It's unfortunate that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have regrettably chosen not to do that with respect to this particular bill. However, with respect to this amendment, the Upper Colorado and San Juan River Basin recovery programs provide us with an opportunity to chart a bipartisan path forward. They are a model of successful partnership and collaboration across agencies, states, and with both federal and non-federal partners in my state of Colorado, in addition to Utah, Wyoming, and New Mexico. I have been leading legislation over the past several years to reauthorize these programs, including bipartisan legislation in the previous Congress, which was signed into law, and legislation this year that would extend the programs for an additional 7 years. The programs work to recover and protect 4 species of endangered and threatened fish while providing Endangered Species Act compliance for over 2,500 water projects. And the Colorado River Compliance Account provides critical federal support for these programs, and my amendment would simply increase the Bureau of Reclamation's funding to direct additional federal resources to these programs. So I hope it's an amendment that my colleagues on both sides of the aisle can support. It's common sense, and with that, Mr. Chairman, I will reserve.
The gentleman from Colorado reserves. For what purposes the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I rise to claim time in opposition, although I will not oppose the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized without objection.
Thank you. The Upper Colorado River and San Juan River Endangered Species Program enjoys bipartisan support in the region, providing for a collaborative approach to species management, avoiding a heavy-handed ESA listing. This program enables robust power production at Glen Canyon Dam, and I support the gentleman's amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman from Tennessee reserves, yields. Gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to say thank you to the chairman of the subcommittee for his support and his words with respect to this amendment, and would now like to yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Ohio, the distinguished ranking member of the Energy and Water Development Subcommittee, Ms. Capter.
Gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized.
I want to thank Congressman Neguse for yielding and compliment him on his hardworking representation of the people of Colorado. There could not be a more complex water system than the one that your community is a part of, and most of America has no idea about the plumbing of the West. And so I want to really compliment you. We know that funding provided in this bill will help advance or complete projects to protect the humpback chub, the bony tail, the Colorado, pike minnow, and razorback sucker that are feeling the impacts of drought while allowing water development projects to proceed. And we know many reports, including one from the United Nations just a couple years ago, talked about the extinction of natural species across our country and world. So we must combat these efforts to prevent biodiversity loss, and particularly in areas like the Colorado River, which was diverted for the first time in American history recently. And that is a showstopper by anyone's measure. So we need to provide the resources necessary to continue this collaborative work in the upper Colorado and San Juan basins. And I want to thank my colleague for his leadership on this, and I want to thank the chair of the full committee of the subcommittee for his a great effort to try to accommodate as many members as possible. I thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman from Ohio reserves.
And Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Colorado yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, red vote on that amendment.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Colorado will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 13, printed in Part B of House Report 118-242. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 13, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Neguse of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 756, the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Colorado.
I thank the chairman and want to assure the chairman of the subcommittee that I won't be asking for a recorded vote on this amendment, but it is a similar amendment to the amendment just offered. Essentially, it directs funding, or rather directs the allocation of funding from a different account, again, to support this incredibly important program for all the reasons that have been stated by, of course, the ranking member of the subcommittee, as well as the chairman previously. The headwaters of the Colorado River are in my district, and so as the ranking member so eloquently stated, we face a complex set of challenges in the West as it relates to the Colorado River, which I continue to work to address in my state of Colorado, and of course working with our colleagues in the upper basin and lower basin states. And this program, the Upper Colorado and San Juan River Basin Endangered Species Program, the Recovery Implementation Program, I think is a great and salient example of a way in which we can chart unique solutions to really pressing challenges. In this case, of course, the potential for endangered species in our communities, and in our water basins. All that being said, Mr. Chairman, without belaboring the point, would simply say it's a program worth investing in, and it's why I'm pursuing this particular amendment, and I hope my colleagues can support it. And with that, I will reserve.
Gentleman from Colorado reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise to claim time in opposition, although I will not oppose the amendment.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Similar to my colleague's previous amendment, this program enjoys broad bipartisan support and enables robust hydropower production that provides electricity to benefit the entire region. I support the gentleman's amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Tennessee yields. Gentleman from Colorado is recognized.
I thank the subcommittee chairman again for his indulgence and support on this particular amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Colorado yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 14, printed in Part B of House Report 118-242. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 14, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Westerman of Arkansas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 756, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield myself such time as I may consume, and I want to commend the Chairman Fleshman for the hard work in the Appropriations Committee and this particular subcommittee and the good product that they put out. I do have a slight adjustment I would like to make to it, even though the subcommittee was very generous in working with the Natural Resources Committee and other committees in getting the base text. And I rise in support of Westerman Amendment number 14. It's an amendment that I would describe as an intentionally punitive amendment, but with a just cause to protect the integrity of the legislative branch and more specifically the House of Representatives. My amendment reduces funding for the Bureau of Reclamation's policy and administration account to fiscal year 2022 levels. At the Bureau of Reclamation, the policy and administration account finances the agency's centralized management and administrative functions that are not chargeable directly to a specific project or program. This includes the Office of the Commissioner, the administration's political leadership of the agency. And you may be asking why the chairman of the Committee on Natural Resources is here asking for an administrative funding cut to an agency under our jurisdiction. One of Congress's most vital responsibilities is oversight of the executive branch, making sure they are accountable to the American people. Congressional hearings are an important tool which we use to engage directly with administration officials and to conduct oversight on policy objectives, openly debate legislation, and spotlight waste, fraud, and abuse occurring in agencies. These officials have an obligation to be responsive to Congress, engage in the oversight process, and be accountable to the American people. However, this administration, like many others from the past on both sides of the aisle, chose to blatantly disregard this responsibility when they specifically refused to participate in a congressional hearing earlier this year. There we considered H.R. 215, Congressman Valadeo's Water for California Act. This legislation addresses the operation of the Central Valley Project, which is a federal water project owned and operated by the Bureau of Reclamation. This legislation is critical not only to the Central Valley, but to our entire country's food supply. The legislation was important enough that it was included in the base text of this bill. However, even with ample notification, with an invitation sent 2 weeks prior to the hearing, the Bureau of Reclamation failed to appear at the hearing. The Bureau of Reclamation employs roughly 5,000 employees, so they clearly had the ability to send a representative. While written testimony was submitted the day before the hearing, this was a poor substitute for engaging with the committee members. Non-federal witnesses who appeared at the hearing repeatedly mentioned the Bureau of Reclamation, which daylighted the missed opportunities for dialogue between the agency and the people they serve. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I claim time in opposition.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized.
First of all, I have great respect for the gentleman who offers this amendment, but I do find myself in the position of opposing it. In step with the myriad amendments offered by Republicans to reduce leadership salaries, this amendment seeks to reduce funding for the Bureau of Reclamation's Policy and Administration account by $5 million, ostensibly to fund it at the FY 2022 enacted level. However, in FY 2022, $64.4 million was appropriated for policy and administration, so this amendment reduces this funding by $4.321 million below the FY 2022 enacted level. Reclamation brings water to 31 million people and is the second largest producer of hydroelectric power in the United States, producing enough electricity to serve 3.5 million homes. This account funds the day-to-day reclamation management, administrative, and policy functions that are necessary to ensure effective and efficient implementation of all reclamation programs, and that 31 million people receive water and 3.5 million homes receive electricity. That is a big job. This account also funds the Office of the Commissioner and regional offices. This leadership is critical for ensuring that 1 in 5 Western farmers have irrigation water for 10 million acres of farmland that produce 60% of our nation's vegetables and 25% of fruits and nuts. According to the United States Census Bureau, my colleague comes from a district of approximately 751,000 people, of which approximately 1.5% are in occupations related to farming, fishing, and forestry, and I don't think the gentleman benefits his district in any case from the Bureau of Reclamation. With the West reeling from the historic megadrought, the worst in 1,200 years, where we've just had to divert the Colorado River for the first time in American history, why would any of my colleagues want to hamstring reclamation's management and the direction and guidance necessary to achieve reclamation-wide program and mission accomplishment? This is a moment in American history when we need to help them. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Ohio yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I would like to also, again, point out that this funding is for the administrative part of the Bureau of Reclamation. It has nothing to do with functions that are chargeable directly to a specific project or program. Bureau of Reclamation does oversee many important programs. We want to see those programs function properly, and we also want accountability from the executive branch. And the executive branch's clear pattern of disregard for congressional oversight indicates an entitled leadership which lacks accountability to the American taxpayer. It's not my goal to have to come to the floor and cut the budget of an agency because they refuse to respond to Congress, but what tools do we have when they will not even come to a hearing that is directly related to the work that they do, and when they just act like congressional oversight is an annoyance to them and it's nothing serious? My amendment will send a clear message to the executive branch that blatant disregard for congressional oversight is unacceptable. I hope this is a bipartisan sentiment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arkansas yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arkansas. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I demand a recorded vote on that, please.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arkansas will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 15, printed in Part B of House Report 118-242. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 15, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Griffith of Virginia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 756, the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Griffith, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Chairman, my amendment is just plain common sense. It addresses the importance of all types of research and development, R&D, funding at the Department of Energy, DOE, specifically the energy research conducted at the Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management at the Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy. I believe we need a plan that is closer to parity between renewable energy and fossil fuels and research on ways to reduce the environmental and climate impact of the use of fossil fuels. In the underlying bill, $2.994 billion is appropriated for energy and efficiency renewable energy, while only $857.9 million is appropriated for fossil energy and carbon mitigation. I'm advocating with this amendment that we should be closer to parity between the amount of money appropriated for fossil energy and carbon mitigation research and DOE's Office of Energy and Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy. My amendment increases the fossil energy and carbon mitigation account by $600 million, along with a reduction of $1.1 billion from the renewables account. Now, this year alone, we have seen that these concepts that we're going to get rid of fossil fuels are just not realistic. They're not realistic, Mr. Chairman. We saw a plant open up, or at least the plans for it, for a Panasonic plant in Kansas that was going to do electric vehicle batteries. The problem was, in order to get the plant, they needed more electricity. So the electric utility in Kansas, Evergy, decided that they would need to keep one of the coal-fired power plants that they thought they were going to do away with to close down. They needed to keep it open because we couldn't build electric vehicle batteries without the fossil fuel-powered, coal-powered plant. This is not the only place that we see that. What we see is in India, there's about 300 million people that don't have electricity, a little bit less than the population of the United States. They don't have a steady source of electricity. So if you're a leader in India, Mr. Chairman, I would submit, and you have coal, which they do, you're probably going to build some coal-fired power plants because their people deserve and want the same kind of electricity that we have in our country, at least for now. And they want that, so they're going to build coal-fired power plants. China has been building coal-fired power plants left and right. Some of the numbers indicate that the energy consumption or the energy production of those plants is equal to about 2 new plants every week last year. They're also funding more coal-fired power plants in sub-Saharan Africa. So here's what we got. While we want to clean up the environment, the world is going to continue to use fossil fuels, particularly coal, not just in the United States. And people say, well, we can be completely pure. But that's myopic. We can't be. Because when we look at the air supply in the world, according to a NASA study a few years back, it takes about 10 days for air to travel from the middle of the Gobi Desert in China to the eastern shore of Virginia. So when all these other places are using fossil fuels, isn't it smart on our part, if we want a clean environment, Mr. Chairman, that we find better ways to use that coal-fired power? We find better ways to use gas power because we're going to continue to use it whether we think we are or not, and the rest of the world is going to continue to use it. We can export that money or export that research. With the money we spend here, we can export it, get some of the money back maybe, but more importantly, we can clean up the air for the entire world instead of thinking that we're living in some kind of a bubble in the United States, and if we get rid of coal-fired power plants and fossil fuel plants, everything's going to be hunky-dory. I reserve.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise to oppose my distinguished colleague's amendment, but I thank him for
Gentleman
following
is
the same.
recognized.
Thank you. I share some of my colleagues' concerns about the excess spending at EERE, particularly in light of the billions in increased provided in past appropriations bills, the Inflation Reduction Act, and the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. EERE still has billions in unobligated funds, and that's exactly why this bill, the bill that we have before the House, includes a large reduction to this account. However, in my view, respectfully, my colleague's amendment would go too far to practically eliminate the EERE account. This would impact the important work performed by the national labs and universities to implement the research and development goals of EERE. These goals include advancing energy efficiency solutions for the manufacturing of cement, steel, and iron, creating and improving battery technologies, and developing critical mineral alternatives. While I am a supporter of EERE, I also recognize fossil fuels are going to be an important resource for many years to come. However, I don't believe these two accounts need to be at odds with each other. I favor, personally, an all-of-the-above approach to meet the nation's future energy needs. That approach includes strategic reductions to EERE that prioritize research activities like the goals I mentioned earlier. My distinguished colleague's amendment, in my view, upends that strategy and respectfully goes too far. For these reasons, I must oppose the amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I would just say to my distinguished colleague and my friend that we disagree. And here's why. We have got to get to a point where we're at parity. And every time we look at it, the money for renewables is huge, and the money for fossil fuel research, where we can make things better for the whole world, is minuscule in comparison. So I'm trying to level it out. And I would hope that that would be the goal long term of our appropriators, to level it out. And so that's why I brought this amendment. I too am for all of the above. That's why I didn't zero out the account. But I think we have to pay attention to what's happening in the world and not be myopic when it comes to recognizing that we're going to continue to use fossil fuels. We ought to do it cleaner, we ought to do it better, and we ought to put more money into U.S. research on fossil fuels, from everything from using fossil fuels to come up with rare earth to making it cleaner when we burn it for electricity to build electric vehicle battery plants.
Its time has expired. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield to my ranking member, Ms. Kaptur.
I thank the gentleman
from Ohio is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to the gentleman's amendment. I hear what you're saying, but I think that we have to work harder together to embrace the future and not just depend on the past. I agree with you on fossil fuels and rare earths. We visited the Fossil Fuel Energy Center in Southwest Pennsylvania. I was fascinated by some of the work going on there, and I think we need to fund it, and we are. But this amendment reduces funding for the Department of Energy's Energy Efficiency Renewable Energy account by $1.2 billion, and I don't think that that places America in the position I want her to be in, which is #1 in the world. Now, that proposal is also on top of another $466 million in reduction in the underlying bill itself, and the $1 billion reduction incorporated by the manager's amendment, all right? So this funding provides for clean, affordable, and secure energy and ensures American leadership in the transition to a global clean energy economy. I'll tell you, this past year in my region of the United States, and it came here to Washington ultimately, a very strange haze began floating down from Canada into the United States due to the forest fires up there and the changing nature of the environment. I've lived in the same place my whole life, and I never saw anything like that before. It ruined my rhododendron plant. All that gook got all over it. And then I was talking to a friend who came up from Florida. He goes, you know, Marcy, the winds took that all the way down to near the Panhandle in Florida. I said, are you kidding me? I said, it got down that far. I said, you know, the Earth's ecosystem is changing, and we have to catch up to Mother Nature. The account being targeted funds the Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy, the Office of State and Community Energy Programs that support important services like the Weatherization Assistance Program to save energy, the Office of Manufacturing and Energy Supply Chains, and the Federal Energy Management Program itself. Now, those programs focus on energy technology ranging from biofuels. First biofueled F-16 flew out of the 180th Fighter Wing in my district. That was a great moment. Almost 15 years ago. And biofuels have now become such an important part of our economy. Hydrogen, solar, wind, a whole broad range of energy technologies to make America energy independent in perpetuity. Geothermal, what we're learning on that, advanced manufacturing, building efficiency and weatherization, the list goes on. And without these programs, we're jeopardizing U.S. leadership across a range of possibilities. The world is set to invest a record of $1.8 trillion in clean energy in 2023, and that is expected to climb to $4.5 trillion by year 2030. We want to be a leader. And with $4.5 trillion per year on the line, we have a choice to embrace American leadership and invention. Let me just mention that if the Department of Energy's goals are achieved, the hydrogen industry will produce $140 billion in revenue and over 700,000 jobs by 2030. I strongly urge my colleagues to vote against this harmful amendment, but I'm very happy to continue to work with the gentleman to find ways that we can reach accommodation, and I yield back. Thank you.
Gentlewoman reserves. All time's been yielded back. Question, therefore, is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Virginia. I'm sorry, I'm just coming up here changing things. From gentleman from Tennessee, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those in favor say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from
Mr.
Virginia.
Chairman, I would request a recorded vote on the amendment.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman for Virginia will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 16, printed in Part B of House Report 118-242. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have a amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 16, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 756, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The gentleman recognizes, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank the chairman. The amendment that I have here fully defunds the Department of Energy's Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy. Now, the FY23 omnibus gave this office $3.5 billion. And while the underlying bill and rule cuts funding down to $2 billion, we believe we ought to defund it entirely. Now, that's particularly true coming on the heels of the $1.2 trillion, if you believe the media accounting and reports of the impact of the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, that we believe this is additional spending that the American people do not need. Let the market do what the market's going to do. And if people want to go out and get electronic vehicles, people want to go out and spend their money for something that's good for them, then great. But to have this office continue to be funded to continue to perpetuate this when the office mission is, quote, to equitably transition America to net zero greenhouse gas emissions economy-wide by no later than 2050, which is a fool's errand. And we're undermining our own national security and undermining our own economy in the process, making us beholden to China, undermining our ability to actually have a serious policy in the Middle East, by the way. Right now, we don't even have sanctions in place. We're allowing Iran to make billions of dollars, upwards of 30 to 60 billion, depending on what reports you look at, of dollars they're making on exporting oil to China. We've totally blown it with Saudi, which has created the environment that we're now dealing with in the Middle East, all while this administration, by the way, dumped the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, all of this while pursuing this foolish energy policy, which is undermining our own national security and economy. So now we are going to go ahead and say, sure, let's appropriate another, in this case, $2 billion for the Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy. We don't need to be doing this. Let the American people go sort this out. And we said, oh, we're going to go subsidize wind and solar. Oh, because it's supposedly, quote, enhanced reliability. Well, tell that to the people of Texas. Texas has more wind than any other state in the country. Yeah, so thumbs up, that's great. We'll say that to all the people who are wondering whether they're going to have power because the grid in Texas is getting dangerously close to not having the ability to sustain. And the only reason we're able to sustain it is because Texas is trying to push and hold up the coal and the gas-fired plants that actually provide reliable energy. And we're subsidizing the unreliable energy at the expense of the reliable energy. And instead of building nuclear power, instead of making sure gas-fired plant is sitting there ready to roll, there is no investment in any of the projects going on into Texas gas-fired plants, American Texas gas that we should, by the way, be exporting around the world, including to Europe. And instead, we're undermining our very grid, our own reliable energy, and we're undermining our ability to compete in the world. I would suggest that this would be money that would be better spent, especially when, I don't know, last time I checked, $2 trillion of deficits. Like, what are we spending our money on? Like, seriously, it's like, how are we actually going to balance our budget and eliminate deficits when we keep spending money on projects like this? I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from, for what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Mr. Chairman, I rise to oppose the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I thank the distinguished gentleman, Mr. Roy from Texas, for filing this amendment. I respectfully oppose the same. I do share some of my colleagues' concerns about the excess spending at EERE. I'd also like to emphasize that EERE received over $16 billion from the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, and many of these dollars are still unobligated. These reasons are exactly why the original bill reduced EERE by $466 million below the fiscal year 2023 level, and why I offered further reductions in this bill of $1 billion. In total, these reductions would bring EERE below the fiscal year 2016 level. However, my colleague's amendment goes too far in eliminating EERE. I am a supporter of the EERE program and the work they do to advance research and development on renewable technologies, advanced manufacturing, and battery improvements. That includes essential work on critical minerals that will help lay the groundwork for technologies that will reduce our reliance on foreign supplies. I think this is an issue that we all can support. I support strategic reduction to ERE, but I am not in favor of eliminating the account and walking away from its ongoing work. For these reasons, I must respectfully oppose the amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same.
Gentleman from Tennessee reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Well, I thank my friend and colleague, and I appreciate the fact that through his work and the work of Republicans, we did reduce it by $1.5 billion, but it still remains another $2 billion of funding. And I'd say to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, how are we going to ever balance the budget when we continue to fund things like this? That's my question. Why don't we pay for this then? Can we at least pay for this out of something? Why don't we pay for this out of the Inflation Reduction Act? Why don't we pay for it by eliminating some of the IRS agents that got expanded? Like, why don't we specifically, and then tell me, go to the American people and say, what would you like to give up to pay for that? That's what I'd like to know. I'd like to know from the American people, what would you give up in order to pay for $2 billion of more of this kind of subsidy? By the way, in the Inflation Reduction Act, 90% of the subsidies go to corporations making over $1 billion. 78% of electric vehicle tax credits are claimed by Americans making over $100,000. Couples making up to $300,000 are still eligible. These subsidies could make wind and solar account for nearly 60% of U.S. electricity generation by 2050, which might sound fine in unicorn land, but for the people who need reliable energy on a cloudy, windless day, we might actually want to have gas or coal or nuclear. And by the way, all of this subsidizes the heck out of China. We're talking about making us not reliant on foreign energy sources. Well, what about China? China is the one producing most of these solar panels, a lot of the battery-powered battery elements. Why are we continuing to do that? I suggest that that is a waste of taxpayer money, it's unpaid for, and we shouldn't continue to perpetuate it. And I think that's my time, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield to my ranking member, Ms. Kaptur.
Gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding and rise in strong opposition to this amendment. The underlying bill already cuts the energy efficiency and renewable energy program by $1.5 billion, or 42% below last year. Now, there's a lot of people that are complaining about that. And I would be the first one to say that our country should not cede any new markets or capitulate to global competitors in the field of energy. So I think that we have to keep our foot on the accelerator in many energy sectors. And the gentleman is right. Texas has been a leader in so many ways, certainly in wind energy, but not just that. So I think it's really in terms of the solar industry and how do we pay down the debts that prior Congresses and administrations racked up, we grow our economy. And by growing our economy, more revenues come in. They are. They're coming into the private sector. They're coming into the government. A whole lot more people who aren't paying their fair share of taxes should be, and that would help. But the way we balance budgets is not to kill economic growth. And one of the areas we grow in is energy. And these are jobs that are good jobs. And they create wealth for the nation. So we have to keep up our dominance in this country. And just for the solar industry, which is something I'm terribly interested in, I represent the most important domestic manufacturer of solar in our country. Overall, the whole industry across our nation supports 333,000 jobs now. 20 years ago, they were in a very different position. 40 years ago, they almost didn't exist. America is now creating utility-scale solar, and the invention of the American people is unstoppable. And so we can't give a signal that we're going to capitulate to anybody, but we've got to develop these new energy sectors. And the gentleman's right about grid. Grid is worn out all over this country. And ask anybody in Ohio about that. It's been underinvested. We will find a way by growing the economy, and some of the new bills we've passed for infrastructure have allowed us to modernize grid. Well, let's connect the dots. So we can choose to give up American leadership in these technologies, or we can actually put our foot on the accelerator. And I really think that the gentleman's amendment, though he believes it's well-intentioned, I think does move America backwards, and I cannot support it, and therefore I oppose it. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I yield back.
All right. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I believe I'm out of time, but...
Okay. All right, the question then is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas arise?
Request the ayes and nays.
Does the gentleman request a recorded vote?
Yes, sir.
All right. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 19, printed in Part B of House Report 118-242. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 19, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 756, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and an opposed member each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment strikes $35 million in funding for the Office of Clean Energy Demonstrations. For those unfamiliar with this office, according to its website, it accelerates the market adoption of clean energy technologies and fills a critical innovation gap on the path to 100% clean energy by 2035 and net zero emissions by 2050. I'm going to characterize it a different way. Since the real market, the private market, won't do it, you're going to pay for it under force by your taxes, so that you can have less reliable energy as soon as possible, and we can be less energy independent. That's what it does.
courtesy of your federal government. It funds projects like long-duration energy storage and distributed energy system to support the electric grid for electric vehicles, which are also being subsidized by your federal government under force of penalty of you not paying your taxes. It's astounding that Democrats continue to push this technology when the drawbacks of this so-called clean energy technology are clear. The actual grid is being powered by solar and wind energy sources that are inherently unreliable and don't work when the sun's not shining and the wind's not blowing. Battery technology storage is not there, and of course, most of that, all that stuff that I just talked about comes from China, and oh, by the way, built with slave labor, whether that's in Turkestan or whether that's in the Congo, your tax dollars are supporting it under penalty of law. Try not paying your taxes and see what happens then. Vehicles powered by this grid are built largely using slave labor, like I just talked about, and our reliance on the Communist Party of China, since they control all the necessary components in the mineral supply chains. Not that we don't have them in America. They say they're rare earth minerals. Ladies and gentlemen, they're not rare. We just can't mine them in America because the left doesn't allow that, so now we got to buy them from China. That's another story. Vehicles powered by this grid are built by largely, like I said, using the slave labor and the supply chains that go with them. These vehicles have limited range. Their lithium batteries often catch fire, and those fires are more difficult to extinguish than traditional fires. This office that I'm talking about is also managing $2.5 billion for carbon capture facilities and greenhouse gas monitoring technology. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Speaker, these technologies were so great. Why isn't the market already adopting and innovating without taxpayer-funded handouts? My friends on the other side of the aisle will tell you these are critical investments, and they're not going to happen if the federal government doesn't do them. If we don't take your tax dollars and spend it on this, it ain't going to happen. My goodness. Thank goodness that this country didn't become the greatest country on the planet without the federal government subsidizing all this stuff. I don't know how Thomas Edison would have made it. I don't know how Ford Motor Company would have made it without the federal government. Somehow they did it, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that the chairman did not approve additional fund for these clean demonstration projects, but my amendment strikes all the funds for this office. I urge support, and I reserve the balance.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee is for what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee arise?
Mr. Chairman, I rise to oppose the amendment.
Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
I thank my good friend from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, for filing this, but I must respectfully oppose the amendment. The Office of Clean Energy Demonstrations is primarily responsible for implementing and managing over $21 billion provided by the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. I'm keenly aware of the scale of that sum of money and the importance of our oversight responsibility to ensure taxpayer funds are correctly administered. That's exactly why the House bill includes no funding, and I repeat, no funding for the office to conduct new demonstrations, and instead only includes funding for program direction for staff to provide project management oversight. My colleague's amendment would eliminate that function, preventing the office from ensuring that our taxpayer dollars are being used effectively and efficiently. That would directly impact the success of important programs within the office's jurisdiction, like the Advanced Reactor Demonstration Program. The Advanced Reactor Demonstration Program enjoys strong bipartisan support. The program is essential to the deployment of advanced reactors, ensuring our nation's energy security and regaining U.S. leadership in nuclear energy. We can't abandon our oversight responsibilities and risk the success of programs like these. For these reasons, I must respectfully oppose the amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. What purpose does the gentlewoman from recognition?
I seek no time.
I'm sorry. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Certainly respect the good gentleman from Tennessee, and I thank him for the time. I don't know, it seems like a lot of money still remaining for project management oversight. That doesn't seem to be billions of dollars worth of spending to me, maybe millions, but not billions. And as far as advanced reactor research, I'm proud to say that in the district that I represent, some of the fusion reactor research that's being done in France is being produced in the district I represent, which is awesome. But we don't need to be paying for it. France is paying for it, and we're providing some expertise and some material. And oh, by the way, the good gentleman from Tennessee, much of the home of nuclear fission and nuclear energy in the United States of America, God bless America, I think it's awesome. But when have we built a nuclear reactor in the United States of America? I know the district that I represent just shut one down. Just shut one down. So we're paying for all this research. Tell me where it ends. What does it provide? What does it produce? It hasn't produced anything. If it was building nuclear reactors, maybe I could see it, but it seems to me we're paying for them and then putting the research on the shelf, or worse yet, giving it to France. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't care what it costs. It ought to end. I urge adoption, and I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Question is then on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those in favor, opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. Did I screw something up? Okay. Now, in order to consider amendment number 20, printed in part of House Report 118-242, for what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 20, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 756, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair will recognize the gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What my amendment does is eliminates funding to the tune of $470 million for ARPA, Advanced Research Projects Agency Energy. $470 million. What this advanced research project entitled Energy is designed to fund high-risk, high-reward projects on which the private sector would never invest in. But since it's taxpayers' money, that's what this proposed amendment does to cut, because it doesn't do the job that the dollars that they expended it to. The problem is that ARPA does not always seem to follow its own guidelines. The federal government has awarded several ARPA grants to companies and projects that are neither high risk nor something that private industry cannot support. In other words, they don't need the crutch. These problems with ARPA were identified by the GAO, the Department of Energy Inspector Generals, and the House Science, Space, and Technology Committee. Of the 44 small and medium-sized companies that received an ARPA award, the GAO found that 18 had previously received private sector investments for similar technology. It's a duplicate. The GAO found that 12 of those 18 companies plan to use the ARPA-E funding to either advance or accelerate prior funded projects. I'm in the real estate business. That's like paying me double to build you a house or a shopping center. How much sense does that make? It doesn't. Mr. Speaker, in your world, it pays double to do one surgery. How does that work out? It's taxpayers' money. It should never have been funded in the first place. High-risk, high-reward programs are not necessary, especially when there is a bias to fund technologies that have already received funding to make the program appear on the surface successful. Congress should restructure the DOE to conduct the basic research that the private sector would never undertake, and create a system that allows the private sector using private funds to tap into that research and commercialize it. Federal labs should allow basic research to reach the market organically. Until that happens, we should defund ARPA just as the Trump administration did. The market is the best place to determine the merit of investment and whether it's a good or bad investment. If a project cannot find private support, it is a good indicator of its prospect for success. And certainly a lack of private investors alone does not justify using taxpayers' money to support a project. Indeed, technologies that lose private financing as they move closer to commercialization are likely the worst bets for taxpayers' money, since professional investors have already determined them to be losers. And what you find out on grants such as this, if you really analyze the line items, it goes to overhead. What's overhead? That's paying salaries of people with jobs that you can't determine, you can't have an outcome for. I've seen these. That's why a lot of the grants that are written are vague. They can use the money wherever. This isn't like it's a $50,000 investment, $470 million. At a time when our growing national debt has surpassed the $33 trillion, we cannot continue to use taxpayers' dollars to fund this useless research. I think the last figure I heard that one of my colleagues mentioned that we are paying on the interest on the $33 trillion, $20,400 per second on just the interest, not counting the principal. As I mentioned, ARPA does not follow its guidelines. It's loosely interpreted. They can use the money wherever they want. And my question is, why are ARPA funding and not private capital? If it's that good of a project, let the private sector invest in it. You have sharp investors that know what they're doing that could determine whether they want to risk their capital. So, in short, this project should be defunded. It's at a time we can't afford it, and I would urge for the cut of this $470 million project for something that yields no benefit to the taxpayers, and urge adoption. I yield back.
Gentleman from South Carolina yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee arise?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank my good friend and colleague, my dear friend and colleague, Mr. Norman, from South Carolina for filing this, but I must respectfully rise in strong opposition to the amendment. My colleague's amendment would eliminate the Advanced Research Projects Agency, or ARPA-E. ARPA-E's mission is to fund projects that are not yet addressed in the private sector, but can bring about transformational shifts in current energy technologies. Nearly 75% of ARPA-E awards go to small businesses and academia. ARPA-E projects have led to over 1,000 patents being issued and have attracted more than $11.5 billion in follow-on funding from the private sector. These projects push the envelope on what's possible in the energy sector and will continue to play an important role in maintaining U.S. leadership to develop the next generation of energy technologies. I believe these are goals that all of us can support. I therefore must respectfully oppose the amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same. Mr. Chairman, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman has the only time. Gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield to my ranking member, Ms. Capter.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding and rise in opposition to this amendment. I'm sure the gentleman offering it is well-intentioned, but I just want to say in many of the energy technologies that I have observed, unlike the real estate industry, they always say real property. You can tangibly touch it, you can see that it's there, you can measure it. ARPA-E really focuses on that which is not yet measurable. If you see the movie Oppenheimer and you look back at the history of our country and how we began to actually move into atomic energy, it was very experimental and very dangerous. And the government got involved in that. At that point in history, we had to win a war. And we learned a whole lot about nuclear energy at that point, but part of it was uncontrollable. And I was at an event yesterday with companies that are working on unbelievable technologies which aren't quite solved yet, but where we can take metals like titanium and nickel and do things with them to carry current that we never were able to do before. They're working with research labs because it's so utterly complicated. So I would say to the gentleman, you know, sometimes private enterprise doesn't invest because the research has to occur through a longer period of time, and you need programs like ARPA-E who do the most amazing work. Our fracking technologies, our drilling technologies for natural gas, those came through not the private sector initially, they came through the government of the United States because there wasn't any private sector company willing to invest. I know my own district where we are known for the glass industry. Some of the research that's been necessary to actually thinly layer different types of material in order to produce more efficient solar panels had to be assisted with government help because there was no, there were no angel investors in my part of the country. And so the Department of Energy, through photovoltaic research, discovered inventors who were doing great things in America and helped them to move their technology forward. To now we have the greatest domestic producer of solar in the middle part of the country. Not California, not East Coast, not South, but in the Great Lakes region. So what I've seen out of ARPA-E is high-level, basic research that most companies, frankly, aren't dedicated to. It's very different than the real estate industry. It's over a longer time horizon. So I strongly urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment, and I yield back. Thank you.
The lady yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote.
Gentleman requests the yeas and nays. Recorded vote. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings on the amendment by the gentleman from South Carolina will be postponed. The chair understands the amendment number 22 will not be offered. Chair understands amendment number 24 will not be offered. In order to consider amendment number 25, printed in Part B of House Report 118-242, for what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 25, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 756, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment cuts $35 million from this bill for the Appalachian Regional Commission, lowering the funding level in this bill to $165 million. The IIJA provided the Appalachian Regional Commission with an advanced appropriation of $200 million a year. The entirety of its authorization level for FY 22 through 26, meaning every dollar provided under this bill is more than the authorization level. We authorize things here and then we pay for them. So it's authorized at a lower level and we're paying much more. In other words, this amendment, under this amendment, the ARC would still receive $365 million for the fiscal year rather than $400 million provided by this underlying bill. Even with this minimal cut under this amendment, the program's funding is extremely and still extremely bloated, and its effectiveness remains unclear, as do all the regional commissions. Moreover, this commission's programs are duplicative of other federal economic development programs and better addressed by state and local levels. In fact, the FY18 budget justification identified that the Appalachian Regional Commission failed to show a strong link between grants and a positive impact on the communities they serve. Worse, this year, the Commission's Inspector General identified the massive increase in the Commission's funding over recent years as a threat to its very ability
to evaluate grant proposals, measure program performance, and conduct appropriate oversight. So we talked about the last one. We needed the money for oversight. This one, we got so much money that they can't oversee it. This is your federal government at work here. The spike in funding threatens to worsen an already tenuous link between funding and success. Simply must bring the funding level for the ARC, the Appalachian Regional Commission, down to ensure that it has the capacity to ensure it meets its mission. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I reserve the balance.
Gentleman reserved. What purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise to oppose the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank again my distinguished friend from Pennsylvania for filing the amendment. My great state of Tennessee, which I represent, 3rd District of Tennessee, and our state and other states greatly benefit from the Appalachian Regional Commission. This amendment would eliminate the Appalachian Regional Commission, which provides funding for hundreds of cost-shared projects, partnering with private industry to bring needed jobs to this depressed region. The Energy and Water Bill maintains funding for the ARC at the fiscal year 2023 level of $200 million. These communities, and many of which I represent, cannot afford to lose millions of dollars in private investment this commission leverages. I respectfully urge a no vote on this amendment.
Does the gentleman yield back?
I yield, Mr. Oh, I'm sorry, I reserve.
You reserve.
Mr. Chair.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield to my ranking member, Ms. Capter.
For what purpose? Gentleman is recognized. Sorry.
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment and in support of the Appalachian Regional Commission. Let me just say that the commission itself is a partnership between the federal government, 13 state governments, focusing on 423 counties across the Appalachian region. Residents in parts of Pennsylvania, evidently the gentleman's area is not covered, are served by this commission. And since 1965, the Appalachian region has been struggling. And they've made progress. They've made progress. Significant progress. The number of high poverty counties in Appalachia has been cut by 60% since 1960. It's a long road. And the regional poverty rate has been cut by more than half. God bless them. However, the region still lags behind the nation and continues to encounter challenges such as the severe substance abuse crisis, as well as a downturn in the coal economy. So this is a part of America that we have to lift up. I've been very impressed with the work that they're doing in terms of restoration of the natural environment and expanded tourism. They're working together collaboratively, and I strongly urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment. Let's help the American people who need it. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just so happens that I had a hearing about a week ago on the Appalachian Regional Commission and all the other commissions. Interesting that this has been around since the 60s. There was a map of the Appalachian region, of which the home that I reside in looks on the South Mountain of the Appalachian Mountain Range. So I live right in the center of this thing. What was interesting to me of the map that I looked at, provided by the commission since the 60s, showed counties that had reached attainment. Counties that had reached attainment. Well, none of them had reached attainment. It's been around since the 60s. All the ones that hadn't reached attainment in the 60s still haven't reached attainment in 2023. We're spending all this money. We're not getting anything for it. You know, we're getting some things for it. You might be able to get a theater in your community reconstructed with the help of the federal government, or a trail, which is awesome. These are great programs. I'm not here to argue that they're not. What I'm arguing is two things. It's not the job of the federal government, number one. These are things done by local communities and states. And number two, this is above the authorization. This commission was authorized funding. We don't dispute that. I don't dispute that. But we're spending money above the authorization, and I do dispute that because we're $30-some trillion in debt with nothing in sight except more debt. And people say, well, we can't cut anything. There's nowhere to cut. Well, we authorized this. This body authorized this at a lower level. And then we appropriated at a higher level. Well, when you don't have any more money, when you're borrowing money to pay your bills, it seems to me that it'd be easy to say, well, we'll just pull back a little here, just a little, and we'll go to what's authorized, which is still a lot, hundreds of millions of dollars. But I guess that's going to be a problem here. This has no federal nexus whatsoever. I will tell you there are nice people working here. They want to do great things for their community, but this is a boondoggle. This is spending money where other money can be spent and is being spent, and this is duplication of services. And sooner or later, this town is going to have to realize the taxpayer doesn't have any more money to be bled out of their pockets to spend on things that are spent elsewhere for the same projects, local, state, etc. I urge adoption, and I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields the balance. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The noes have it. In the opinion of the chair.
Chairman, I request the yeas and nays.
For what purpose? Does the gentleman request a recorded vote?
I do, sir.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 26, printed in Part B of House Report 118-214. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I've got an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 26, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 756, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment cuts the funding to the Delta Regional Commission by $6,100,000 back to the FY19 level. In FY17, the Obama administration sought to cut funding for the Delta Regional Commission by $3 million. The FY18, 19, 20, and 21 budgets all sought time to eliminate funding for the Delta Regional Commission, identifying it as duplicative of other federal economic development programs. Just like I said in the last one before, it's the same thing here. I just had a hearing on it. These folks just sat in front of me. The same arguments were made. The FY21 budget pointed out that the Delta Regional Commission, like others, is set aside for special geographic designations rather than applied across the country based on objective criteria indicating local areas and levels of distress. Again, that don't seem to ever be addressed even though we spend millions of dollars. We're $33 trillion in the hole, $33 trillion. And I don't know if you looked at the economics and the financials of just the last couple months of how much more we've gone in debt in just the last couple months. Something has got to shock the conscience of this Congress because it is shocking the conscience of the American people who can't afford their groceries, can't afford gasoline, can't afford their car payments, their credit card payments. Heaven forbid you got to buy a new car. Heaven forbid you try and buy a new home. We simply can't continue to allow for the rapid growth of parochial commissions that duplicate. They literally just duplicate other federal programs undeterred. And regardless of the duplication of the federal programs, most of this stuff looks like it's local programs or state programs. Again, worthy things. The question is there a federal nexus here? And there is not in many, many cases. There's poor oversight, and we don't have the money to do it. And finally, before I reserve, this is not a partisan issue. Democrat presidents and Republican presidents have all called for either the abolishment or the reduction of these commissions. Both have done it. It's not a partisan issue. It's a fiscal issue. It's a responsibility issue. These things need to be dealt with. State and local should do it if that's what they are. And we don't have the money at the federal level anymore for that. With that, I reserve.
Reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to oppose the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
Once again, I thank my friend, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, for filing this amendment, but I must strongly oppose it. This bill provides $31.1 million for the Delta Regional Authority. This small investment targets hundreds of depressed communities in the Mississippi Delta region. These communities cannot afford to lose the millions of dollars in private investments this commission leverages. I respectfully urge a no vote on this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purposes? Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized. From Pennsylvania is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman is reserved. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I yield to the gentlewoman, my friend from Louisiana. Congratulations to the great state of Louisiana on the election of our Speaker, and you also have our great Majority Leader as well. But Ms. Letlow has been just a wonderful, wonderful member of the Appropriations Committee, and it's been great to have her on the committee representing Louisiana. At this time, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to her.
Gentlelady from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to Amendment number 26, which would slash funding for the Delta Regional Authority by $6.1 million. This federal-state partnership is a critical lifeline to my district and state by providing dedicated funding to address vital infrastructure, workforce, and healthcare needs for rural towns. These towns have little to no tax base to be able to raise the funds themselves to replace expensive and aging infrastructure systems. Rural communities do not have the financial resources to hire grant writers to help them through a complex federal grant process. And because of this, these towns miss out on national grant competitions. DRA's funding supports a pilot program that would help these communities identify opportunities, provide assistance to write the applications, and help with implementation. While cutting $6.1 million may not seem like a lot, I've seen firsthand what a simple $200,000 can do to help grow a rural town. Finally, the DRA has had minimal increases over the last 5 years. A cut in funding this deep would be a step in the wrong direction on behalf of rural towns across the Delta region. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized. Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be quick to close here. Certainly, we do congratulate the gentlelady from her great state for the success of all the House of Representatives today and their contribution. On this occasion, though, I must disagree. As I said, I just had a hearing with the Delta Regional Commission present. And she is right, it targets hundreds of communities, as do all these commissions. They target hundreds of communities. One of the things that was fascinating to me was I asked for the metrics by which anything is measured. What measure of success does anyone have? Is there some standard? Is there some way to know whether all these millions of dollars that are being spent actually get us anywhere, actually fix anything, actually do anything, other than we made sure the grants all got out, and we helped with the grant writing, and we fixed up the sidewalk, or we fixed up the theater, or we provided some health care service. That's all awesome things that are all being provided by somebody else, by the way. And what was the metric by which you measured your success? Well, close your eyes. What do you see? Because that's what I got back. Nothing. There's no measure of success here. Ladies and gentlemen, this is well-intended. It is well-meaning. It is unaffordable and unnecessary. I urge adoption, and I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields. Pursuant, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Opinion chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 27, in part printed in Part B of House Report 118-242. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 27, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 756, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment reduces funding for the Denali Commission by $2 million to the FY19 level. The Denali Commission's mission for providing job training and other economic development services in rural Alaska can be better served by the 29 other federal programs in which it duplicates the very same efforts. The Obama administration sought to eliminate funding for the Commission in FY12 because it was duplicative back then and did not select projects based on competition or merit. Say it ain't so, but it is so. In 2013, the Inspector General for the Denali Commission called for the elimination of the program. So people say, well, Perry, you're just mean. You just don't understand. You just don't want to help poor people or rural people. I came from a house with no running water, no electricity, no plumbing. We had an outhouse at back. There was no insulation. There's no heat in it. And the roads weren't paved. And somehow I made it to Congress. It wasn't the federal government's job to fix my mom's house or get me to work. In 2013, the Inspector General for the Commission called for the elimination of the program, like I said, stating that he recommended that Congress put its money elsewhere. I'm happy to take his recommendation. The Trump administration likewise sought to eliminate the Commission in FY18, 19, FY20, and 21. It seems prudent or imprudent to continually fund yet another parochial commission in the face of two administrations, one Democrat, one Republican, and the Inspector General recommendation that we cease funding. At a bare minimum, we should pass this amendment to keep the Denali Commission's funding flat at its pre-COVID-19 level and not allow for its continued growth. I'm not asking to eliminate it. I'm saying, oh my goodness, two administrations said it ought to be eliminated. Inspector General said it should be gone. I'm not even taking their advice on that. I'm just saying, let's save a little money here because we got this debt that we can't afford. And ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Chairman, I've been to places where the country could no longer afford the debt that it had. You walked through shells of buildings, just abandoned, walked away from by the workers that are there, that were once funded by their government. I've watched that in this town, right across the river, St. Elizabeth's, where they just shut the doors, couldn't afford it anymore, and walked away. It is a tragic sight. But if we're going to keep going, it's not going to be just this place that does it. It's going to be all across the country. If we're going to be able to afford the things that we want, we're going to have to make some difficult choices. We are taking in $5 trillion this year. We are spending 7.2. I'm not a mathematician, but somehow that's not adding up to me. With that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to oppose the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, my distinguished friend and colleague from Pennsylvania has been consistent in his opposition to these regional commissions, and I do appreciate the gentleman's positions on this, but I respectfully disagree. The amendment would reduce funding for the Denali Commission, which is funded at $17 million in this bill, the same as fiscal 2023. The Regional Commission helps distressed communities across Alaska with basic infrastructure like water and sewer systems and power generation. I respectfully urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back.
It's back. The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I reserve.
Back. Gentleman from Pennsylvania has the only time remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll close quickly here. And I sure appreciate the good gentleman from Tennessee. He's got a lot to work with, and he's got a lot of competing interest here, and it's not easy, and we certainly can appreciate that. I just want to point out that this is a regional commission like the other ones.
like the Appalachian Regional Commission, like the Delta Regional Commission, only this one exists in only one place, in Alaska. Wonderful place, great place, part of the United States of America. But tax dollars from across the country, including Pennsylvania, Tennessee, or Ohio, shouldn't go to pay for local projects that can be handled by state and local governments, especially when you're borrowing money to do it. We are out of money, ladies and gentlemen. We're out. So I would urge adoption of this amendment, and I yield the balance.
Question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Gentleman requests a recorded vote. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment will be offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Will be postponed. Now in order, consider amendment number 28, printed in Part B of House Report 118-242. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to speak on behalf of Mr. Norman from South Carolina's amendment, number 28.
The gentleman rise as the designee from the gentleman from South Carolina?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 756, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Apparently, I was the reasonable one in the room, because this amendment offered by Mr. Norman would eliminate funding for the Denali Commission, and I can support that as well. The Denali Commission is one of 7 regional commissions that help direct federal funds to state and local projects. However, unlike other commissions, the Denali Commission serves only one state, as you know, Alaska. This has led some, including the Office of the Inspector General for the Denali Commission, to question the need for the commission, since the federal funds handled by the commission could easily be distributed to the state of Alaska and other local entities without going through the step of yet one more bureaucracy. After all, state and local governments are more knowledgeable and better equipped than the federal government to address the needs of local communities. I think we all would recognize that. Both the Government Accountability Office and Congressional Budget Office have raised concerns about the need for the Denali Commission, as have I. Eliminating funding for the Denali Commission was also suggested, as you know, by the Obama administration and the Trump administration. At a time when our growing national debt has surpassed $33 trillion, we cannot continue to use taxpayer dollars to fund wasteful, unnecessary, and duplicative programs. With the Denali Commission's own OIG, Office of Inspector General, highlighting how wasteful the agency is, why don't we just listen and eliminate this unnecessary federal agency? And I yield. Correction, I reserve the balance.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to oppose the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
Again, I thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania for bringing this motion on behalf of my distinguished friend from South Carolina. Like the previous amendment, although this one is a bit more draconian, I respectfully rise in opposition to it for the reasons I alluded to earlier, and I urge a no vote. And I thank the gentleman.
Gentleman yield?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Yield. Okay. Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I thank the kind gentleman from Tennessee for averring or implying that I'm the reasonable one in the debate here, and I would, on behalf of the gentleman from South Carolina, urge adoption. I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Tennessee. Question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The agreement is not.
Mr. Chairman, I request the recorded vote.
Gentleman requests a recorded vote. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 29, printed in Part B on House Report 118-242. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania again seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I've got an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 29, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 756, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to offer this amendment to reduce funding for the Northern Border Regional Commission, or the NBRC, to fiscal year 2019 levels. Like other regional commissions, the NBRC provides economic development assistance to projects in various states, in this case, Maine, New Hampshire, New York, and Vermont. These commissions simply serve as a slush fund, though, for parochial and regional projects with little to no national nexus, as described in the other ones. Let's take a look at some of the funded programs taken from the 2022 annual report, which is the latest report available. $304,000 to purchase a sound system for an auditorium in New Hampshire. Over $350,000 to expand rail yard capacity in upstate New York, and another $350,000 for a sailing center on Lake Champlain. I'm sure they're awesome projects. I'm sure their communities love them. I just don't understand why people in Ohio, in Tennessee, Pennsylvania, Texas, California, Georgia, you name it, I don't know why they're paying for this, especially when they can't afford the bills they already have, as evidenced by a $33 trillion debt and a $2.2 trillion deficit this year. Furthermore, the Biden administration's aims to inject their misguided diversity, equity, and inclusion and accessibility and climate-related goals into these projects are not only unaffordable, they're just completely unnecessary. Instead of pandering to special interest groups, we must pare back these wasteful programs that only serve as a boondoggle for a limited slice of America. This amendment does not zero out the Commission's funding. It simply reduces the funding to pre-COVID, pre-Biden spending levels, which everybody on this side of the aisle voted against last December, voted against those last December. So if we're against them last December, we're getting pretty close to this December, but I don't think a whole lot's changed. If we're against them then, we should be against them now. With that, I reserve the balance.
Reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, this bill provides $40 million for the Northern Border Regional Commission, the same as last year. This commission seeks to create jobs in distressed communities of the 4-state northern region. While the impact to overall spending in this bill would be small, the impact felt by these communities would be large. I respectfully urge a no vote on this amendment.
Gentleman yield.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with my good friend from Tennessee. I agree with the gentlelady, my friend from Ohio. It does seek to create jobs. That's awesome. It's not the role of the federal government, number one. Number two, it's unaffordable. Number three, we have no way to measure the success. You know how I know? Because I asked the folks that run these things. I asked them, what standard measure, what metric do you use to measure the success by which you use this money and what we get out of it? Blank stares, unfortunately. With that, I urge adoption. I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields back. Question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Gentleman requests recorded vote pursuant to Clause 6, Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 30, printed in Part B of House Report 118-242. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I've got an amendment at the desk.
Well, fancy that. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 30, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 756, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to offer this amendment to reduce funding for the Southeast Crescent Regional Commission, the SCRC, to fiscal year 2019. I don't want to leave anybody out here. I listened to them all. Yet again, this commission serves as a duplicative slush fund for parochial interest, this time for projects in Alabama, Florida, Georgia, Mississippi, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Virginia. Literally, by the way, in counties bordering this Washington, D.C., literally in counties. We're talking about distressed counties, right? Some of the richest counties in the country, right here, are included in this regional commission. From FY 2010 to FY 2020, the SCRC received $250,000 annually, all without having an appointed federal co-chair. You got that? Nobody was in charge, but they're getting money. It's awesome. Only in the federal government. Now, after a co-chair was appointed in December of 2021, unfortunately, whether you like it or not, just conveniently related to an influential politician in this body, that number is now a whopping $20 million in this bill. Now, I'm sure there's no coincidence. Just want to rely on everybody's integrity here. But there's absolutely no reason for the dramatic increase in funding, especially when these projects fund both projects with no national nexus, like electric vehicle charging stations. And if you want to have them in your community, God bless you. That's awesome. Go pay for them. It's not the federal government's job to pay for that any more than it's the federal government's job to pay for your local gas station. How about stormwater management? An important issue. I come from Pennsylvania. We've got a lot of stormwater. I'm not asking the federal government to deal with it. We should deal with that at home. And green infrastructure, according to the SCRC's 2023 through 2027 strategic plan. Our constituents do not have money for these projects that have no impact on their lives and in many cases drive up inflationary spending. Oh, sure, they have an impact where you live if you live in one of these places, but if you don't, you get to pay anyhow. This is why we have state governments. This is why we have local governments. Federal government is supposed to be there, obviously, but it's not the job of the federal government. And so, again, I ask my colleagues to consider reducing, not ending, reducing the funding for this regional commission. With that, I reserve the balance.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to oppose the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
Once again, I thank my distinguished colleague and friend from Pennsylvania. He has been consistent and very thorough in all of his investigations, and I do really appreciate this. This has been insightful, but once again, I must respectfully rise to oppose the amendment. The Energy and Water Bill includes flat funding for the Southeast Crescent Regional Commission. The amendment would reduce this amount by 99%, leaving only $250,000, not even enough to cover all administrative costs. This commission seeks to create jobs in some of the most poverty-stricken areas of our nation, and funding should not be decimated. I respectfully urge a no vote on this amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I again say this commission includes Alabama, Florida, Georgia, Mississippi, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Virginia. Awesome places. I'm looking. I've been to every one of them. Every one of them. Many of the residents of Pennsylvania are moving to those states because they're doing pretty well. We lose population compared to these states every single 10 years, which is why we lose a seat in Congress every 10 years. And we're spending money in Pennsylvania on these states. We're not spending in Pennsylvania, we're spending in these states so that our residents then move to these states for all the great things. And when I asked, just so you know, the regional commissioner, I asked how much money has been spent in the counties surrounding Washington, D.C., because as you recall, Virginia is included. How much money is spent on the counties right around Washington, D.C., some of the most wealthy counties in the country?
Yeah, you know it. I couldn't get the answer to that either. I don't know if they don't have the answer or they don't want to give me the answer. But that's unacceptable. The counties around Washington, D.C. can afford the amenities they have, and they don't have to ask all these other states to pay for them. And with that, I urge adoption, and I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields back. Question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Gentleman requests a recorded vote pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. It's now in order to consider amendment number 31, printed in Part B of House Report 118. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I've got an amendment at the desk.
Woo. Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 31, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 756, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to leave anybody out. So we're getting to the end here. But this amendment would be to halve the funding for the Southwest Border Regional Commission. Now, this commission, which only had its first chairman confirmed in 2022 and only was funded starting in fiscal year 2021, funds projects in the southern border regions of Arizona, California, New Mexico, and Texas. Incidentally, the first chairman was previously the Director of Economic Development and Special Initiatives for Senator Martin Heinrich, who continues a theme of politically connected chairmen of these regional commissions, just to let you know. I know that folks on both sides of the aisle care about the border. I believe that. However, the answer to solving border problems is to actually enforce our nation's immigration laws, not to give $5 million to a commission that has not published a strategic plan, as does not even appear to have a website. I would think they could afford to have a website with $5 million. The commission received $250,000 in FY21, but is now being funded at $5 million in this bill for FY24 for literally no results. Now, $250,000 is a lot of money where I come from, and $5 million is even more. And okay, I could see inflation. I could see the cost of living going up. The people that I represent, their grocery costs are 20% up. Fuel cost, electricity cost, everything they pay for is up. But not $250,000 to $5 million. That's a little bit more of a jump than everybody's used to. Again, this amendment simply strikes this figure in half to a still exorbitant $2.5 million. I urge support of this amendment, and I reserve the balance.
The gentleman reserves. Does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Mr. Chairman, I rise to oppose the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my friend and colleague from Pennsylvania, once again, has been consistent in his opposition to these regional commissions. This amendment seeks to cut funding for the Southwest Border Regional Commission in half. This commission seeks to create jobs in some of the most poverty-stricken areas of our nation. This bill provides $5 million equal to fiscal year 2023. This amount ensures this commission can continue its work, and cutting it in half would virtually do nothing compared to the overall spending in the bill. I respectfully urge a no vote on this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserved. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
The gentleman reserved. The gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I would like to yield to my dear friend, the gentleman from Arizona, also a fellow member of the Appropriations Committee, Mr. Siscomani, for as much time as he wishes to consume.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Chairman, for yielding me time. And I rise today in respectful opposition to this amendment by my good friend from Pennsylvania. The Southwest Border Regional Commission encompasses all 5 of the counties that I represent in Arizona's 6th congressional district. in addition to 88 other counties in Arizona, Texas, New Mexico, and California. While I appreciate the sentiment of this amendment to rein in federal funding that I think we can all agree on, cutting funding from the Commission is not the way to do so. Of the approximately 35 million people the Commission serves, nearly 5 million live in poverty. Additionally, of all the regional commissions, the Southwest Border Regional Commission has the largest population, about 2.4 million people living in the most severely economically distressed counties. These are communities that are dealing with drought, economic downfall, and overstretched resources as we see record high levels of illegal immigration along the southwest border. Many of the people live in designated health professional shortage areas and lack access to clean water and also other necessities. The Southwest Border Regional Commission just finally received its first federal co-chair last December. That means that it just has recently received allowed to begin convening and to begin activities. It would be a shame to reduce funding that is so desperately needed to promote economic development in our counties along the southwest border. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly appreciate my good friend from Arizona. We're sure happy to have him here, and the gentleman from Tennessee and the work that they have done in collaboration with my friends across the aisle. None of this is easy, but only in Washington can you go from $250,000 to $2.5 million and still call it a cut because you didn't go to $5 million, which is what we're talking about. I'm not saying $250,000 is too much, but I am saying $5 million is too much and saying we should spend $2.5 million, which, quite honestly, for me, is still too much, but I get it. And to the gentleman from Arizona's point, he's absolutely right. Their states are being ravaged and destroyed by the federal government's refusal and obstinance to follow the law and allowing people to flow across the border illegally into their communities and destroy their communities. This cannot be afforded. It can't be afforded by them, and it can't be afforded by anybody else. But the solution is not to spend more money there to provide more services and encourage more people to come illegally while this administration refuses to enforce the law. I think the gentleman would probably agree with at least that sentiment at some point. I understand he's trying to do right by his citizens, and he should. The best way to do right by his citizens, and he has no control of this, neither does anybody in this body at this moment, is to actually enforce the law. The president can do that and clear up this whole disagreement on this side of the aisle and on that side of the aisle. But that's not going to happen anytime soon. And you know what else is not going to happen anytime soon, Mr. Chairman? We're not going to quit putting our country in debt and bankrupting it. We are taking in $5 trillion in revenue this year, but we're going to spend 7.2. And while my good friend says it will have no impact on the overall cost of the bill, where I come from, $250,000 is a lot of money, $2.5 million is a huge amount of money, and $5 million is an obscene amount of money that most people don't have. And so while it might have a little impact in this town, it has a huge impact in my town. I urge adoption, and I yield the balance.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is...
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise?
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
All right. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 32, printed in Part B of House Report 118-242. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, you'll be happy to know this is the last amendment I have at the desk.
The clerk will designate the last amendment at the desk.
Amendment number 32, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 756, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to leave anybody out here on the abuse and the waste, so I know I'm going to sound like a broken record, so I'll try and keep it short. First, the Great Lakes Authority has only been authorized since 2022. It still does not have a federal co-chair. It has no website. It has no programs funded. Yet, strangely, it is still receiving federal dollars to the tune of $5 million for projects supposedly in the watershed regions of Illinois, Indiana, Michigan, Minnesota, New York, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. And yes, I said Pennsylvania, and I'm from Pennsylvania. But when you can't afford things and you're wasting money, I don't care where you're from, you got to say something about it. Folks, we've seen how the other commissions have gone. President Trump urged elimination of 3 of them, and President Obama recommended cuts or elimination for the Denali Commission. With that level of bipartisan criticism of existing commissions, I don't see why we need to dig ourselves even deeper with yet another one. I mean, there's not a lot we agree on in this town, but apparently there's some agreement on this. We ought to try and forge ahead with that agreement. I know people in this building will scoff at the difference between $2.5 million and $5 million. But like I said, where I come from, $2.5 million or $5 million is a lot of money. Might not be to the president, buy beach homes with cash and all that stuff, but where I come from, that's a lot of money. And that $2.5 million isn't going towards a commission that cannot even begin operations without a Senate-confirmed federal co-chair. It shouldn't be going for that. There's nobody there. There's nobody there to administer it. Furthermore, all of us here know it's not going to stop at $5 million. This is just the beginning, ladies and gentlemen. The commission, like the rest, will balloon up to tens of millions of dollars if the Congress, using the power of its purse, does not put its foot down. And this won't be the only commission. I've been through them all tonight. But every other state and region is going to say, well, shoot, they have one. They have one over there. They got one down there. Why don't we have one? And it's going to go. It's going to go. And again, I just remind everybody, we're just a little bit in debt. Just a little bit. $2.2 trillion this year, 33 overall. Somebody's got to say no. Somebody's got to say no. I urge adoption, and I reserve the balance.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Once again, I thank my distinguished friend from Pennsylvania and colleague for his very thoughtful work on this entire project. He has covered all of these regions. This amendment seeks to cut funding for the Great Lakes Authority in half, and I strongly oppose it. This is a newly authorized regional commission intended to create jobs in communities that need it most. As we crafted this bill, Mr. Chairman, we actually listened to members and got members' requests. This commission, the Great Lakes Commission, received a tremendous amount of bipartisan support for it. It is newly created, and that is one of the reasons that it has not had its funding. It has not ever had funding because it's brand new. In that regard, especially in terms of the strong bipartisan support for this bill and for this commission, I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Well, thank you, Chairman, and I understand and recognize the good intended efforts, the heartfelt efforts of the people on the committee, on both sides of the aisle, certainly the members representing the states involved. I understand, I recognize that, and I think they mean to do well. There's nobody there to administer this. There's nobody present, but we're going to give them the money anyhow. We don't have any money to give, ladies and gentlemen. We're borrowing money. We're borrowing money to give to a program with nobody there to administer it on projects that we haven't even seen yet. I don't know about you, but that seems like, I don't know, maybe it's, borrowing an old phrase, putting the cart before the horse or something like that. And people are going to say, well, we got to have the money so we can set it up. Okay, fair enough. The problem is we don't have the money. Again, I don't need to be a broken record here. I know I sound like one. We don't have any money, number one. Number two, These are state and local projects. If you're showing me one that crosses state lines, building a highway between Pennsylvania and Ohio, or something like that, then we have a conversation going. Now, there's already agencies and administrations to do that. We talked about that before. Multiple agencies doing the same things, not just a couple dozen. But if that's not enough for you, just go with the fact that your constituents, your bosses, my bosses, can't afford this. With that, I urge adoption, and I yield the balance.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 34, printed in Part B of House Report 118-242. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 34, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mrs. Kamick of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 756, the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Kamick, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Florida.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of my amendment, which would restrict funds at the Department of Energy and related agencies from being used to finalize any rule or regulation that have an annual effect on the economy of $100 million or more. Under this administration, the regulatory environment, or regime, as I like to call it, has never been worse. For too long, the ever-increasing regulatory costs have harmed consumers and businesses across the country. Since President Biden took office, the regulatory landscape has deteriorated by numerous new rules and regulations that impact all aspects of our economy, and quite frankly, consumers' bottom line. These are the regulations that have added hundreds of billions of dollars more in new regulatory costs that are ultimately passed down to our consumers, who are our constituents. Recently, we have seen new outlandish regulatory proposals from agencies, including the Department of Energy's new regulations that were implemented under the guise of efficiency standards. In reality, these efforts are part of the administration's efforts to use every opportunity to implement the Green New Deal. Just look at the efficiency standards that take aim at banning gas stoves and furnaces. These regulations are absurd, unnecessary, and make these appliances unobtainable or simply unaffordable, particularly in this economy, or Biden economics, as we have been told this is. My amendment would rein in the actions of the Department of Energy and related agencies covered by this bill and restore accountability. Congress, not the executive branch, is the sole legislative body in this country. It is time that we restore the accountability and transparency to our constituents by reasserting our Article I authority. Congress makes the law, not the White House. This amendment would limit the overreach of these agencies and prevent costly regulations from going into effect that ultimately impact our constituents negatively. It's time that we stand up for our constituents and rein in this overgrown bureaucratic government. I encourage all of my colleagues to support this amendment, and I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. Does any member seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition?
I seek recognition to oppose the amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Yes, this amendment is one more controversial poison pill policy rider that sadly shows extremist Republicans are not interested in bills that can gain bipartisan support and become law. Now let's have a little math. In 2012, before the Bush tax cuts, the Congressional Budget Office showed revenues exceeding primary spending for the next 65 years. And that debt as a percentage of GDP, our gross domestic product, everything that we make in a year, would decline indefinitely. How about that? That was 2012. Since then, tax cut extensions and the Trump tax cuts have added $10 trillion to the debt to date, and their cost will increase enough over time to account for the entire long-term growth in debt ratio. The Trump tax cuts are costing us $2 trillion per year. Just look at it. It's unbelievable. Remember, those benefits are disproportionately enjoyed by the most wealthy. If we truly want to protect the American taxpayer, we should be marking up bills at levels agreed to between the President, Speaker McCarthy, and signed into law in the Fiscal Responsibility Act, rather than bringing the government to the verge of a shutdown and now marking up bills that don't just break the deal, but obliterate it by cutting critical domestic investments. I can't wait for the Debt Commission to actually get the facts out there for the American people, because I've been listening to this all evening. It's very much off the mark. So let's get serious about passing bills that can gain bipartisan support and become law. And I strongly urge my colleagues to vote against this harmful amendment and yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm confused. My colleague across the aisle said that this is a controversial poison pill. Just this year, this exact same language was passed off of this floor in this chamber, not just with Republican support, but Democrat support. This is not a partisan issue. Reasserting the will of the people, empowering the people that hired us to do this job, that is not a controversial issue, nor is it a poison pill. And none of our constituents sent us to Washington to cede power to an unelected, nameless, faceless bureaucrat in a basement somewhere in Washington. So I disagree tremendously that this piece of legislation, this amendment specifically, would be a poison pill to the very thing that we are trying to accomplish here, one of our critical appropriation bills. I would also say that today, because of the Biden administration's overreach and aggressive regulatory environment, we now spend more than $2 trillion a year in our economy on compliance and additional costs. Families are paying more than $14,860 a year in additional regulatory costs and burdens on them. I don't know many families, certainly not in my district, that can afford an additional $14,860 a year in additional costs. I agree with my colleague, however, it is time to get serious. And when I say serious, it means reasserting our authority as representatives of the people. This amendment does just that. With that, I reserve.
The lady has the only time remaining. Would you like to yield? The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized.
I yield.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 35, printed in Part B of House Report 118-242. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 35, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Fallon of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 756, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Fallon, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to offer an amendment that prohibits funding for the Department of Energy's new rule on gas furnaces. It's a regulation that would drastically impact consumers, and in a negative way, unfortunately. Under this rule, manufacturers would only be allowed to sell furnaces that convert at least 95% of fuel into heat within 6 years. The Department of Energy is forcing consumers to choose between an electric heat pump or expensive home renovations. Once again, unelected bureaucrats are gaslighting, and yes, pun intended, Congress and the American people about what they can do under the law. Under the guise of improving energy efficiency as prescribed by the Environmental Policy and Conservation Act, or EPCA, this administration has attacked every single affordable appliance on the market. This gas furnace rule is just the latest salvo. We've been having hearings on the Oversight Committee about just this kind of thing. Are we going to have gas stoves? Things like that. EPCA states that any standard must result in significant energy conservation and be, quote unquote, technologically feasible and, quote unquote, economically justifiable. We have the authority to question the extent of these proposed standards to determine whether they can be construed as both technologically feasible and economically justifiable. Like many of the home appliance standards rammed through by this administration, this rule falls short of these criteria. The National Propane Gas Association estimates that this rule would impact at least 40% of gas-furnace homes and would remove up to 60% of current residential furnaces off the market. Additionally, the Department of Energy estimates affected homes will have to pay $2,300 for renovations plus thousands of dollars for actual, and additional dollars rather, for actual furnaces. Propane customers in Texas have already faced a 37% increase over the last 3 years, and this administration, quite frankly, should focus on lowering costs and not increasing them. Agency actions that remove consumer choice operate on the assumption that the federal government knows what's best for its citizens, even more so than the citizens themselves. That's why I've always been a big limited government person, for a reason. I trust you, Mr. Speaker, more so than I would trust the federal government to see what kind of stove or gas furnace, how do you want to heat your home? Newsflash, bureaucrats don't. And if we want to have something that severe, it should be legislated. There's 435 of us here for a reason. We come here, and if we want to change the law, we want to create laws, there's a process for that. It shouldn't be unelected, nameless, faceless bureaucrats with that kind of power. This amendment is a check on arrogant bureaucrats who think that they know best for you, Mr. Speaker, me, our constituents, and everyday Americans across the country. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. Members seek recognition on this amendment. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I rise to oppose the gentleman's amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
The Department of Energy is charged with implementing congressionally directed energy efficiency standards. So when the gentleman blithely says he doesn't like unelected bureaucrats, the people who work in these departments are trained, and they actually help consumers. Frankly, I think it's helpful for consumers to know when they're going to buy a blouse, let's say, whether it's cotton or rayon. I mean, it's sort of nice to have the label on there. Or if you're driving a car, how many miles per gallon the car's going to get. You sort of get a sense of, are you going to buy this one or another one? With refrigerators, I think it's really great that you see how much energy it uses so you can buy a more efficient refrigerator so you have your electricity bill go down. So I don't know why the gentleman is objecting to helping the American consumer make better choices. In accordance with the statutes that we've passed, the Department of Energy has published regulations in the Code of Federal Regulations. In other words, it's not by some whim, for more than 60 categories of appliance and equipment types. That helps consumers make good choices. The Department of Energy drafts the energy efficiency regulations with the full participation of equipment manufacturers and the public at large, and the process includes thorough consideration of all comments and concerns. In following the law, the Department of Energy has issued proposed or final standards for 24 product categories so far this year. And again, these actions are by congressional direction. They just don't pick them out of the air, but actually it's a process of law. These actions result in direct energy savings while also improving the reliability and performance across household appliances, and commercial and industrial equipment. There's a quote from Daniel Webster in this House that tells us, in our time and generation, may we perform something worthy to be remembered. That's a really good quote to think about, and I think it's safe to assume that virtually all Americans, let alone all the people in this room, have benefited from some of these types of efficiency standards over the course of their lifetimes. And the benefits are real. As a result of the Department of Energy's efficiency actions, cost savings for American families and businesses are projected to reach nearly $2 trillion by 2030. The Department of Energy estimates that this is a specific rule would slash household utility costs by $1.5 billion annually, which is something the American people want to do, and to save consumers $24.8 billion on their energy bills over 30 years. Wow, that's a big deal. Further, if Congress does not like these standards, that should be addressed by new laws through the Energy and Commerce Committee, not by funding prohibitions. So I would suggest to the gentleman he might want to go before that committee. Stopping the Department of Energy from finalizing, implementing, or enforcing energy efficiency standards will only create uncertainty for manufacturers and consumers. So with respect to the energy efficiency standards for consumer furnaces, if my Republican colleagues are concerned about the rule's potential to increase costs for homeowners, then I would suggest that they should not be seeking in this bill to rescind the Inflation Reduction Act funding for home energy efficiency rebates, which will help many hardworking Americans afford energy-efficient heating units that will actually save them money on their utility bills in the long term. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment. Thank you.
Woman yield.
I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have left?
1 minute, 30 seconds.
Thank you. I will not be able to say, Mr. Speaker, everything I want to, but I do want to thank my colleague for correcting me. It's not unelected bureaucrats. They are trained unelected bureaucrats. So I wanted to thank her for that. The Department of Energy relies upon modeling techniques within the Technical Support Document, or TSD, that overstate the calculated climate benefits of reduced emissions in order to justify more stringent energy efficiency standards. They did the same thing, the same rule with the gas stoves. And she said it's not on some whim, Mr. Speaker. In their rulemaking, the Department of Energy uses random assignment modeling. That sounds like close to whim to me, to guess consumer decisions and ignores economic considerations consumers use to make decisions. The rule states that EPCA is not fuel neutral. This isn't the case. And I've got a lot more to say, Mr. Speaker, but we're on a 5-minute time limit, and it is late at night, so I want to thank everybody. I appreciate it, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the committee do now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 4394, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
Okay, the chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration H.R. 4394 and has come to no resolution thereon. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Without objection? For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.